These are the jobs you may not see every day, but just know we're working hard to make Hillsborough County a better place to live, work, and play. Subscribe to our YouTube page for more great county-related videos, only on HTV.
Hey, would you do me a favor? Grab your phone or smart device and open up that camera. Then point it right here at the QR code. Do you have it? I'll wait a second. When you see the link pop up on your screen, give it a tap. You ready? Boom! Welcome to the Hillsborough County official YouTube channel. We've got all sorts of videos here, all about what makes our community such an awesome place. From local events and community highlights to what's in the perfect Cuban sandwich. We've got it all. We're always adding new things, so while you're here, be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you'll never miss a new video. Here's that QR code again, just in case you missed it. Go ahead and check it out. Ooh. This must have fallen out of that video. This really is the perfect Cuban sandwich.
Hey, the new house looks great. How are you liking it here?
Well,
You wouldn't expect this in your home.
What?
Why on earth would you do it in ours? Hillsborough County put waste in its place.
Good evening. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the October 16th, 2023 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over tonight's cases. Let me first start by introducing Ms. Michelle Heinrich. She's with the Development Services Department, and she will introduce other staff members that will participate in tonight's hearing, as well as go over any changes we have for this evening. Ms. Heinrich.
Good evening, I should say, sorry. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. With the County Attorney's Office, we have Mary Dorman, and with the Planning Commission tonight, we have Carla Lanlos.
Thank you so much.
And I can start off with the changes to the agenda, which are not published. And the first one is item 1, agenda page 7, rezoning, standard rezoning 23-0588. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the December 18th, 2023 ZHM hearing, and this is not a matter of right, so it will need your approval or denial.
Okay. Is the applicant here? He's probably virtual to request the continuance.
Good evening, David Wright, P.O. Box 273417, Tampa, Florida, 33688. And yes, we are requesting a continuance. We had some issues with transportation staff that we worked out late last week, but not in time for this hearing.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, let me ask if there's anyone in the room or online that was interested in speaking to item C2 on our agenda. It's rezoning 23-0588. Seeing no one, all right, then we'll grant that continuance. So rezoning 23-0588 is continued to the December 18th, 2023 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m. Ms. Heinrich.
The second one is standard rezoning 23-0828. For this correction, it is just a correction on the agenda, not the staff report, to note that the proposed zoning is CGR. And thirdly, standard rezoning 23-0932. For this one, this again is to just continue the agenda. The staff report is correct to show the proposed zoning is CGR. And I will now go over the published withdrawals and continuances for the hearing. The first one being item A1, PD 23-0287. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A2, PD 23-0406. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 18th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A3, PD 23-0517. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A4, Major Mod Application 23-0518. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A5, PD 23-0519. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A6, PD 23-0522. This application is being continued by staff to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A7, PD 23-0540. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A8, PD 23-0583. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th ZHM hearing. Item A9, PD 23-0584. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A10, Major Mod Application 23-0617. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A11, PD 23-0618. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A12, PD 23-0622. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A13, standard rezoning 23-0714. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A14, Major Mod Application 23-0768. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A15, Standard Rezoning 23-0771. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A16, PD 23-0774. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued through November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A17, PD 23-0775. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A18, PD 23-0776. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A19, PD 23-0777. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A20, PD 23-0778. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the December 18th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A21, PD 23-0779. This application is being withdrawn from the ZHM process. Item A22, PD 23-0780. This application is being continued by the applicant to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A23, PD 23-0781. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A24, standard rezoning 23-0782. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A25, PD 23-0783. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A26, PD 23-0785. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A27, standard rezoning 23-0902. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the November 13th, 2023 ZHM hearing. Item A28, standard rezoning 23-0919. This application is being withdrawn from the ZHM process, and that concludes our withdrawals and continuances.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me start by going over our hearing procedures for tonight's hearing. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by a zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following tonight's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who will make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I feel appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation for tonight's agenda items is as follows. Ms. Heinrich of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction for each agenda item. We'll then go to the applicant. The applicant and their team has 15 minutes total to make their presentation. Next up will be Development Services. The staff planner that was assigned to the particular case has 5 minutes to present the county staff report. Then we'll turn to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to make their findings regarding consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. Then we'll go to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an application. Total proponent presentation time is 15 minutes. The same is true then when we turn to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everyone in total has 15 minutes. We'll then turn back to Development Services staff to see if they have any additional comments or findings based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, we go back to the applicant. The applicant has the last word with 5 minutes for rebuttal. Now, we do have some cases, I think, that have some significant groups of people that want to speak in favor or against an application, which is terrific. But that 15 minutes we have to hold firm. So we have people in the room that want to speak, and we also have people that are participating virtually. So when it comes to that portion of the hearing, I'll ask by a show of hands how many people want to speak, and we will divide that 15 minutes up as equally as we can to make sure everybody gets a chance. But with the number of cases and the caseload we have, I have to keep to that time frame to make sure everyone is heard. When you come up to, if you're going to speak, when you come up to the podium, if you're in the room or if you're participating online, always start by giving us your name. If excuse me, if it's the first time you're going to speak, give us your name and your address. We are recording this hearing, and we want to make sure that we have a record of who spoke to what agenda item. When you're done speaking, if you're in the room, if you could see Joe, he's at the end of the dais, he's with the clerk's office. He is keeping a log, and so when you're done speaking, go see Joe and also sign in with your name, address, and the case number to make sure we have that logged properly. Now, let me turn to the County Attorney, Ms. Dorman, who will give you the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Dorman.
Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its December 12, 2023 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the land use hearing officer for each application. The land use hearing officer will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight by November 6, 2023. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at the public hearing tonight, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the land use hearing officer tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, if all testimony must be under oath, so if you plan to speak tonight, if you could please stand, raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I do.
Please be seated. All right, then with that, Ms. Heinrich, we're ready to call the first case.
Our first case is item C1, Standard Rezoning Application 23-04 443. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from RSC2 to CNR. Chris Granlenard with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. I have a PowerPoint for you. Thank you. Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I have a PowerPoint for you, but I do want to note that on the first page, the project number or the zoning number is incorrect. That is correct that this is 230443, but that is my error on the front page of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Thank you. This site is located in the Odessa Keystone area, as noted by the star on the map, located at the junction of Gun Highway and Racetrack Roads. This is, as the property appraiser has it, again at the corner of those two major intersections. Issue is from RSC2 to CNR. The uses proposed to be allowable are listed here and are, of course, in the staff report, which would be an agricultural stand, temporary or personal or permanent, general business retail, goods restricted to Western wear, animal hospital, vet clinic, health practitioner's office, medical offices or clinics with scheduled emergency services by physicians, professional offices, and professional services. Development Services characterize the area as consisting of single-family, residential, agricultural, institutional, and commercial. The determination of this variance of this zoning request was really based upon our evaluation is that it is not conducive or appropriate for residential. That general commercial is too intensive for the area. We determined that CN was a good fit with restrictions. According to future land use objective 22 and policy 22.22, the site does meet commercial location criteria and would also limit commercial development to 20,000 square feet. We think that's an important finding for this particular application. So looking at the site, we are at a lit intersection that is very busy. Site is on the left, Racetrack Road, Gun Highway, which is an arterial roadway. Gun Highway carries 19,500 vehicles per day, and Racetrack Road carries 13,438 vehicles per day, both at the intersection of where we're at here. As you can see, traffic is a major impact for this particular site and drives to the intensity or the limited intensity that we felt was appropriate for the site. When you look at the zoning map, you'll see that there's a CN already present basically at the intersection and an OR just to the rear. Commercial neighborhood calls for limited retail uses, personal services to serve the residential neighborhoods, which there's a lot of residential neighborhoods. Districts shall be applied appropriate locations to supply the daily retail and service needs of neighborhoods, which is what we believe we've structured through the restrictions, and will not set a precedent for the introduction of appropriate uses into the area. We feel that this parcel is unique and singular as it is affected primarily by the impacts in the immediate area and the zoning that is in the immediate area. When you look at the site, there is dense, high natural forestation that will far exceed the 20-foot B that's required for the adjacent properties, so there'll be plenty of buffer, thick, intensive buffer that will be left in place. A good example is Fox's Corner, which is approximately 1 mile. Actually, it's about 0.85 or 0.80 of a mile to the north. which is a lit intersection. It's a major corner location, has CN uses, and it works really well. Now, I do want to be clear that this intersection is specifically pointed out as being an intersection for these level of uses. We're bringing this up only again because it's very similar in nature to this particular site, although this site is much, much smaller, a very small piece compared to what this is. But it is a use or uses that work very well in this area of the county and is zone CN. When you look at the Keystone Odessa Community Plan, it notes for other commercial that the desired rural commercial character of the KO Community Plan includes uses which are small in scale, both in square footage for individual structures and FAR, which this is. And that Keystone Odessa Rural Activity Center desires to have uses that are geared towards serving the daily needs of area residents in a scale and design that complements the character of the community. It's the desire of the community to encourage transfer of development or development rights, which is not appropriate. But these are policies that we felt provide support for this particular property at this particular intersection. We believe, with all due respect to the staff, not considered the growing intensity and activity at this pivotal intersection and the southern area and the impacts onto the existing site allowed by the zoning use supported by locational criteria. The Odessa Keystone Community Plan was approved in 2001, as I understand it, about 22 years ago, and that area has changed. The rural area has changed and population has increased. Designating the same areas as rural does not fit, and we feel, the realistic picture of this particular site. So again, our basic determination was the element that what was conducive or appropriate for the site we did not feel is residential. Now, what I do have, which is in the record, is I have three quick video clips that I would like to play for you, and that will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
You've got about 9 minutes left.
And Mr. Quintella here is the property owner. He may want to make some comments. Okay. Yep. If we go play the clips, then Mr. Quintella will make a few comments. Thank you.
Are you standing on the property?
Standing on the property. You get a lot of truck traffic coming through too. That's it. We just wanted to bring forward to give you a feel of what's impacting this particular site. Ms. Errol, did you want to make a couple comments? Thank you.
Thank you. You please sign in. Good evening.
Good evening. Ariel Quintella, 9511 Aqua Lane, Odessa, Florida, 33556. No. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our case. I have been building in the Keystone Civic Association and through the Hillsborough County area for about 30 years. I live in the area, and I've always been very respectful of the property, of the nature, of maintaining trees. And this particular property, we felt like it really wasn't conducive for residential simply because of the location and the type of traffic that's in those streets. And so what we were thinking of is, the neighborhood does need services. It does need professional offices. It does need doctors. It does need some type of businesses that help that community without having a long drive, but still having something close by that really doesn't affect the other neighborhoods in a negative fashion. So we kind of studied that. We looked at the deed restrictions. We looked at the community plan, and it basically lines out, how to build the buildings, how the elevation's going to look, how it's going to fit into the rural look and feel of the area, which when you do residential, it doesn't really particularly dictate that. So we believe that we could do some very nice smaller structure that's going to help the community by providing professional services right in that neighborhood and still yet fitting into the neighborhood, not causing any major impact on noise. Offices are usually, closed by mid-afternoon, 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and we believe it will be a very viable project for that area.
Well, let me ask you a question. So I'm sure you're aware there are many, many letters in opposition in the county's file to this request. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them talk about it's not consistent with the area and so forth, and specifically not consistent with the Keystone Odessa Community Plan, mm-hmm. which it says it's looking for rural commercial geared towards agricultural and equestrian interests. And so did you meet with people and try to resolve any of those conflicts that they have with your request?
I've met with the Keystone Civic Association about 3 times. I have found all of them to be very cordial. I have had very nice meetings with them and have had very nice questions, and we have gone over all of the uses and the discussions concerning that. And I do believe, unfortunately, the charter and the community plan says otherwise, but there is a lot of people that I have met with that are pro that type of project. So we do have people in opposition, but even me going to the meetings, there was very many people that were, I think, thought it was a viable project and something that we need as a community.
All
so
right.
I have.
Thank you. And then finally, and it could be for you or for Mr. Pressman, you did show a zoning map that showed OR in the area. I see from the county staff report that CN was approved prior to the comprehensive plan long ago. But my question is, did you consider OR rather than going for commercial neighborhood uses?
No, we felt OR just could not be successful at this location. There's a restriction, by memory, I think is 5% for signage. Of course, any signage or design would have to meet Keystone Odessa design requirements. This, to be successful, would need to be a very small but typically situated office, professional office, or of those uses that we've presented.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
That was the end of my questions. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you so much. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Chris Granlenard, planner with Development Services, here to present rezoning 23443. The approximate 2.32 acre vacant parcel is zoned RSC2. The subject parcel is located at the southwest corner of Racetrack Road and Gun Highway. The area consists of single-family residential, agricultural, institutional, and commercial. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to single-family residential zoned RSC2 to the south and west. To the east across Gun Highway is a tree farm with single-family residential zoned ASC1. To the north across Racetrack Road is single-family residential zoned RSC2. Further west on the Racetrack Road is a church zoned CN and single-family residential, with the doctor's office zoned OR, office residential. The subject property is designated a residential 1 on the future land use map. The Keystone Odessa Community Plan outlines the desired commercial character for commercial development outside the designated rural activity center at Gun Highway and North Mobley Road. These desired characteristics include development to be small in scale, building size and FAR, floor area ratio, uses specifically geared to service the agricultural and equestrian interest in the area, and rural design as well. To address the compliance, compliance issues, this applicant has offered the following restrictions. The uses proposed to be allowed on this parcel area are to be as followed: agricultural stand, temporary or permanent, general business, retail, and goods restricted to Western wear clothing. C, animal hospital, veterinary clinic without crematoriums. D, health practitioner's office. E, medical offices or clinics with scheduled or emergency services by physicians. F, professional office, and G, professional services. The commercial neighborhood zoning to the west was zoned prior to the adoption of the comprehensive plan and the community plan. The OR zoning district to the west was approved after adoption of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan and permits proposed uses E, F, and G. Consistent with the desired characteristics, the OR zoning district limits the scale of the building by restricting the maximum square feet to the existing footprint of the residence, which was 2,750 square feet. And it requires the building to maintain a residential appearance with no commercial display windows or storefront type of building. The subject property will be subject in compliance with the Keystone Odessa Rural Development Standards. The subject regulations include limitations on building size, maximum 7,500 square feet, and building design standards to provide for compliance with the goals. However, the scale intensity of the development under the CN zoning district with a permitted FAR of 0.20 is not consistent with the surrounding development pattern and other similar situated commercial zoning districts approved outside of the rural activity center. A similar situated parcel, PD 19-1451 at the intersection of Gun Highway on Lake Fern Road. It's an intersection surrounded by, which is also an intersection surrounded by agricultural residential uses, was approved for professional medical offices uses with a maximum of FAR of 0.12. Furthermore, while the intersection of Gun Highway and Van Dyke Road has developed much more intensely in regards to range of uses, the maximum FAR for the zoning districts are all below 0.20 FAR. Staff notes the rezoning districts as this intersection Gun Van Dyke were approved prior to the adoption of the community plan and LDC regulations. With respect to the proposed uses, the retail goods use with sales restricted to Western wear raises enforceability concerns with being able to effectively ascertain what is or isn't Western wear clothing. Based on the residential 1 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the commercial neighborhood restricted district, staff finds the request not supportable. Concludes my staff report. Be glad to answer any questions.
None at this time. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Carlianos with Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the rural area and it's within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. Subject site has a future land use designation of residential 1, which allows for consideration up to 1 dwelling unit per gross acre or 0.25 floor area ratio. Typical uses in the residential 1 include farms, ranches, residential uses, rural scale neighborhood commercial uses, offices, and multipurpose projects. Commercial, office, and multipurpose projects are subject to meet commercial locational criteria. Now, the subject site is completely surrounded by residential 1, future land use category on all sides. Further west is designated natural preservation, and further south is residential 2. Now, the subject site is currently vacant. There's single-family vacant uses interspread north, west, and south of the subject site. You do have some agricultural uses that are existing on the east of the property and across Gun Highway as well as further south. And there is a mix of public institutional uses further west of the subject site that include a church and a park. Now, the area is residential in nature. It is agricultural in nature as well, and it extends farther south, east, and northeast. Now, the applicant, again, as staff had stated, is requesting to rezone that property from residential single-family conventional 2 to commercial neighborhood with restrictions. Now, on September 27th, the applicant submitted a list of restricted uses to include health practitioner offices, medical offices, professional services, clinics with emergency services. These restricted uses are not consistent with the rural character area and would not allow for a suburban or an urban encroachment. Now, the proposed rezoning doesn't meet the intent of FLU Objective 16 and its related policies for neighborhood protection. It's actually proposing an intensive use or commercial neighborhood intensive uses that is not readily found throughout the area. The applicant is proposing to rezone it to a Euclidean zoning district, and there's no way to ensure that mitigation of adverse impacts surrounding the surrounding area or gradual transition between the different uses, so there's no way to control that. A planned amendment would have been more feasible in meeting that criteria, and as well as some of the objectives by Objective 16 and the related policies. Now, Policy 17.7 establishes guidance on non-residential uses within the residential areas, and such uses need to be located and designed in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding development. The proposed restrictions that include office and emergency medical clinic use, it conflicts with this objective and policy. Furthermore, the subject site does meet commercial locational criteria. It would be limited to 20,000 square feet based on the intersection, qualifying intersection, which is Gun Highway and Racetrack Road, and it's within that 660 feet, within the required. Now, the site, it does have, quite a bit of involving land use compatibility and adequacy of public services. It does carry more weight than just looking at something that, it meets commercial locational criteria. So in this case, we look at the surrounding uses and it's found incompatible with the surrounding development pattern. Now, overall, the site also doesn't meet the intent of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan, because the plan emphasizes a desire for rural commercial uses outside of the rural activity center to be specifically geared towards serving agricultural and equestrian interests in the area. That's very specific in the Keystone Community Plan. Now, with what the applicant is proposing it's inconsistent with that policy direction. Now, overall, staff finds that the proposed rezoning to commercial neighborhood with restrictions would allow for a commercial development that is inconsistent with the rural area and with the vision of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. So based on that, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed rezoning be found inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support of this application. If you're in the room or online and you'd like to speak in favor, is there anyone? All right, seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? How many people do we have that want to speak? If I could get a show of hands. So are you two ladies standing? You're going to speak. So that's two. If you could raise your hands so I can get a count. 3, 4. All right. Do we have anybody online that wants to speak? 5. Okay, 5 in the room. Anyone online? All right, I'll assume that's a no. So at 15 minutes, that would be 3 minutes apiece, and whatever order you would like to go in. You can come up front and give us your name and address, please. Thank you.
Melissa Nordbeck, 6008 Hammock Woods Drive, Odessa. Development Services and the Planning Commission have labeled this rezoning as inconsistent and not supportable. There are over 60 letters in opposition on optics and another 20 from the immediate residential neighbors that will be entered into the record this evening. The applicant's PowerPoint exhibit claims designating the same area as rural does not in the realistic picture of the site, yet the property is directly across the street from a 100-acre horse farm. It is not a tree farm. It is called Bay Tree Farm, but it is a working horse farm, and about a mile down the road from our neighborhood feed store. The white fencing you saw in the video, that is the horse farm. The exhibit also makes reference to the Keystone Comp Plan originally drafted in 2001 as outdated. However, as you know, comp plans are reviewed and updated. The Keystone Comp Plan was revised in 2011 and will be up for review again in 2025. Due to the tremendous growth in the Tampa Bay area, Keystone residents will seek to strengthen and even expand the rural protections for our beautiful community during that review. The applicant purchased this property in April of 2022 and almost immediately started the rezoning process. Just a few months ago, in July of 2023, the applicant purchased an additional parcel on Cody Lane that also fronts Gun Highway. Both the County Comp Plan and the Keystone Comp Plan restricts commercial development and the extension of utilities for this property. Rezoning this property for commercial use would not meet the gradual transition of intensity, between the different land uses and would open the door for strip development, as the applicant has just recently purchased the additional lot one plot parcel over, which is also along our scenic corridor. This applicant has been in front of you several times, trying to impose his will on our community. Please deny this rezoning.
Thank you so much for your comments. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
I don't know how to.
Yeah, you could just lay it down and they'll show it for you.
Okay.
In just a minute.
My name is Elizabeth White. I oppose this rezoning. At the April 17th LUHO meeting, the owner spoke about having a medical office. A week and a half ago, Mr. Pressman came to Keystone and told the neighbors that the plan was for a medical office. However, this application, which is a resubmit, is for a commercial zoning. So if their intent was a medical office, an OR would be appropriate. However, they've pretty much thrown everything at the wall to see what will stick. There is no plan. The owner states they determine the zoning request since the site is not conducive or appropriate for residential. Can you see this?
I can.
Who disagrees with this statement? Tom, who lives here next to the horse farm, across the street from Tom, Claudia, catty corner and abutting the property, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick. On Cody Lane, you have Tony, Kelly, and Aaron, Stephanie. In fact, all the residents on Cody Lane oppose this and have signed letters. A rezoning to commercial is not compatible with the neighboring properties which are zoned residential or agricultural. The CN zoning, right here, this is the old Walker Motel. And in the 1960s, this was one of the few places in Hillsborough County that black people could spend the night. Mr. and Mrs. Walker lived across the street from the motel. After Mr. Walker was shot and killed in a robbery in the motel, Mrs. Walker stayed, lived in the house until her death. It is now owned by a physician who works out of his house. Her granddaughter still lives next door to the property.
You've got about a minute left.
Okay, I'm just going to show you what the neighboring property looks like because all you're seeing is traffic. The property owner and his lobbyist are aware of our comprehensive plan. They just don't agree with it. The subject does not meet the intent of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. County utilities, water, are requested, which goes against the Keystone Community Plan and Hillsborough County's own comp plan regarding no county utilities in the rural service area. To date, there's 68 letters and optics. I have 21 more with me tonight. We ask that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You can submit those documents into the record with the clerk. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. I have a presentation. Good evening. My name is Trish Lawton. I live at 8310 Jana Drive in Odessa. Gun Highway is a misnomer. It is a residential road that is being greatly impacted by the development to the north and south. However, if you drive along Gun Highway, what you will see are homes or agricultural parcels, We don't have a demand for commercial development in Keystone. We have unoccupied offices that can be found at the corner of Gun and Van Dyke. There are parcels that are zoned commercial that are available for purchase. So we do not need to be rezoning residential parcels. The Keystone Odessa plan states that our roads must remain livable roadways. These are 3 homes that are currently under construction on Gun Highway within Keystone. 6 miles of Gun Highway, multi-million-dollar houses are being built, 8,000 square feet plus. I have attended the KCA meetings, and I attended the meeting where the applicant presented, and when we asked for conditions, it was a firm no. There was no discussion. I attended the last land use hearing meeting when the applicant's attorney asked for the extension to continue talks with the Keystone Civic Association. He brought some materials to our general meeting. No presentation was made. No discussions have continued. We in Keystone are trying to prevent the suburban and urban sprawl. That video was taken at rush hour. I actually drove by while that car was parked there taking that video. And we are being bombarded by traffic, but we are a residential agriculture community that opposes commercial development. Please deny this application.
Thank you for your comments. If you could please sign in. Next. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Regina Hernandez. I live at 8703 Lake Calm Lane in Odessa, Florida. I've been there for 39 years, and I'm a loving and caring person of the community. I oppose this rezoning for a couple reasons. One, I believe we should cap some of the growth that we are seeing out there, like we cap concerts and other events. As was previously stated, Gun Highway is residential, and it is being bombarded by both sides of our counties on either side of us, particularly Pasco. I also want to say that if you approve this rezoning, it will put a crack in our community plan, and it will invite additional rezoning requests when we have many outstanding rezoning areas that could be purchased. Thank you, and I hope you oppose this.
Thank you so much for your testimony and coming down. You could please sign in with the clerk's office. Good evening.
Nancy Paderaki, 18128 Gun Highway, Odessa. I live on Gun Highway. I have a home on Gun Highway. It's been there for decades.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And I'm here tonight to talk about something that's very dear to my heart, which is the health and safety of the community. One of the things about this particular intersection is that it has 2 commuter routes that are intersecting. And when we start to look at this, we have to consider this in our decision-making of rezoning. It's location, location, location. And that's when we look at the safety with the infrastructure that surrounds it. So when you look at this road, you can see racetrack approaching this corner curves in and out. Visibility is poor, and as you actually come into the corner, you can see it curves. The property sits much lower than racetrack. So to be able to even exit it, you're going to have to accelerate onto this road. The traffic patterns. When you approach Gun Highway, there are 2 lanes on either side. But if you're coming from the eastbound and you want to get into the property, that's fine. You can get into the property. But getting out, you're going to either have to go south or cut across 4 lanes of traffic, which is very unsafe, especially at rush hour. The same is true if you're coming from Gun Highway and you want to get into the property. You're going to have to cut across or go down the road to the rotary, turn around, and come back. So location, location, location is an issue to make this a commercial property. And you can see right here how far down it actually sits currently, which would mean, if you look at the topography, you would have to bring in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards of dirt from God knows where, and you would actually be bringing in insects, foliage, who knows, into a rural area, which has right by it public portable wells, rural areas. And the property is very close to one of the wells. One edge of the property is less than 500 feet The far edge towards Gun is less than 1,000. And you know the rules about underground storage. So with that, I would say, please do not rezone this property. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you could please sign in. So that was the last speaker, correct? Okay. All right, we'll go back to Development Services to ask if you have any additional comments. Ms. Heinrich?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Mr. Pressman.
Thank you. Don't need.
Want yours back up?
No, thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, for the record, Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. For the record, as was stated, I'm not an attorney. And second of all, I did not attend any of the Keystone Odessa meetings. Ariel did. That's just to clarify the record. Objective 22, neighborhood commercial location criteria, reads as follows. Locational criteria for neighborhood serving commercial uses shall be implemented to locate and scale new commercial development in nodes consistent with the character of the surrounding areas, the accessibility of the site, and availability of public facilities. We meet locational criteria. Policy 22.1, locational criteria for neighborhood serving commercial uses in specific land use categories will provide appropriate serving commercial development without requiring neighborhood commercial sites designated. There's A, B, and C. I won't read the specifics, and policy 22.2 as well. So there are definitive policies that support meeting commercial location criteria, which we do. This is a site that experiences 32,938 vehicle trips a day. It comes back to our premise, which is what is the most appropriate for the site. We don't feel that it's residential. The long stretch of Gun Highway, there are only 3 points that a use like this would be compatible, in our opinion, which is at Van Dyke, which is already a use at this level, Mobley, a racetrack. So this is a very unique and singular site in the Odessa Keystone area. Now, the folks here that spoke, we have the greatest respect for. As Ariel indicated, and he met with them, met with folks at the community meetings, are very respectful, very nice. But what's inescapable is that the area has changed. All we are trying to do is have a use that's compatible and that's cohesive with what is impacting the site. So that we appreciate your attention and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0443. And I want to take a case out of order to the agenda tonight. I see we have a number of children in the audience that I assume it's a school night. And so if we wait to where, I presume that's the soccer case, if we wait to where they get to, it's probably an hour and a half easy for them to sit. So I've asked Ms. Heinrich if we could please take that case next. And that would be, let's see, that is case rezoning PD 23-0422. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Heinrich, I'll let you introduce that one then.
Sure, that is item D3, again, PD 23-0422. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AS1 to Plan Development. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings. And I'll also note there should be a revised staff report, either already in optics or with you. And in that staff report, it just made some corrections to Table 4, the agency comments.
Okay, thank you. I do have the revision. Thank you so much. All right, is the applicant here? Mr. Moretta, we moved it up due to the number of children in the audience that I'm sure need to go home at some point earlier than we do.
I thought we were special. Just scroll down. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer. Joe Moretta, 400 North Ashley, Gardner Brewer Hudson for the record. We're here to discuss a rezoning proposal. Let's see how this is working here. We have a rezoning application from AS1 to Plan Development. The proposed use is Recreation Service, or AS1. The site is located east of I-75 on Morris Bridge Road. Morris Bridge Road is an arterial roadway. The site is basically one parcel, 2.67 acres large. The subject site is vacant. The nearby uses are Morrisbridge Road to the north, which is an arterial. North of that is a mobile home park. To the east is a single-family home. To the south, there is a power corridor with a SwiftMud property. And to the east, there's some low-density single-family homes. And further east is also a convenience store. The comprehensive plan category is residential 6. Speaking on recreation sports and how they've evolved over the years, recreational sports now include a private club model. Many of these private club models utilize public and private play spaces. The applicant has been coming upon increasingly more difficulty in finding quality field play availability, especially for soccer, which, as you know, is a land-intensive type of sport. The applicant is proposing to make a community investment to provide quality space and private instruction for soccer. They want to include also programs for underprivileged and disabled. They also want to offer free clinics, camps, soccer activities, and also provide exposure to the sport of soccer to the area. In this picture, you can see what the applicant is speaking about. These are the conditions that the children that they coach are working with at this point. You can see it's not a very high-quality playing field. The applicant is seeking a solution for this, is trying to provide an opportunity with the ability for children and adults to have quality playing spaces and coaching. The plan development details include 2 development options, soccer facility or the existing AS1 zoning. If it is AS1 zoning, it would develop consistent with the AS1 zoning requirements and the other applicable regulations. If it was ever developed, they would have to go through the subdivision process, et cetera. It also, on the soccer side, it's going to include a 2,000 square foot structure for concession storage and restrooms. The proposed floor area ratio is 0.02. 0.25 is permitted by the future land use element. Boring more into detail on the site plan, it includes 4 small soccer fields with lights. This is going to be 5-on-5 soccer. It's not going to be 11-on-11 like regulation. They're smaller fields, relatively low activity. The 5-on-5 field is about 40 yards by 25 yards. It's a quarter of the regulation soccer field. So basically, the sum total of all 4 fields would be like 1 field. And the 5-on-5, depending on who's playing, I mean, 5-on-5 could be analogous to a backyard volleyball match. The proposed use is allowed in the Res 6 category, and implementing rezoning is obviously needed, which is why we're here tonight. The rezoning require evaluation with the comp plan locational criteria policy 22.2, and the property is not literally in accordance with the locational criteria of that policy. So, looking at the comp plan provides for consideration of the commercial locational criteria. It allows waivers to those. The policy 22.7 acknowledges the limitations of a rigid criterion for determining appropriateness of neighborhood commercial development. It also states the locational criteria is not the only, they're not the only factors to be considered for approval. Considerations involving land use compatibility, other policies, the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations will carry more weight than the locational criteria. Policy 22.8 provides a process to consider unique circumstances. At the end of the day, the waiver will be based on compatibility of the use with surrounding area, and unique circumstances will be provided to the board. In evaluating the context of the comprehensive plan in terms of compatibility, the comp plan defines compatibility as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Things that affect that are scale, mass, bulk, structures, activity, landscaping, lighting, and noise, and other things. Compatibility does not necessarily mean the same as, but rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintain the character of the existing development. It allows consideration of establishing a compatibility through site design, scale. What we'd like to present to you tonight is how we've established that compatibility through our site plan. To the north, as I've mentioned, is Morrisbridge Road, which is an arterial and a mobile home park. Along that frontage, the applicant is proposing to establish that compatibility by providing one street tree per 40 feet of frontage. one canopy tree for every 50 feet of frontage, a 6-foot high hedge along Morris Bridge Road in between the trees to provide a continuous screening along the frontage. Moving over to the eastern perimeter, the adjacent home, which is to the east of the site, we do have property owner support from that. That property owner is here to speak, and we do have a letter to offer into the record. Along that side, we're providing a 6-foot opaque fence, 20-foot buffer, an evergreen shade tree 10 feet apart, or excuse me, 10 feet high, 20 feet apart, and then lawn and low-lying ground cover for the balance of the buffer. As I mentioned, we do have a letter of support from the abutting homeowner, the Tatums. The abutting property owner has supported it. They feel the improvements will add to the compatibility. They feel it provided neighborhood benefit, and they are supportive of the rezoning. Moving beyond that property line, we look to the west. The adjacent use is residential barn, RVs, and some abandoned vehicles. When we evaluated this part of the site, we recognized there were significant mature trees along this property line that provide a significant vertical screen. Initially, we had thought of providing trees, additional trees, to double up on the screening, but after we evaluated that, we felt it wasn't necessary because we felt that with the existing trees, that could be supplemented by a 6-foot opaque fence, a 20-foot buffer, and the evergreen shade trees that are going to be provided with low ground cover in the balance of the buffer. So moving to the south, excuse me, I have a couple more pictures in the western perimeter. On the western perimeter, you can see in this area over here, the abandoned vehicles. You can see the trees we were talking about in the barn, and I believe there may be a couple of RVs parked down there. You can see an overhead shot of the trees that we're talking about that we believe will supplement the screening. A closer shot of those trees is shown in this picture. Moving away from that property line and looking to the south, adjacent there will be no homes. This Swift Mud property, and there's a power corridor easement that's located there. Nonetheless, the applicants can provide a 6-foot opaque fence, 20-foot buffer, the shade trees, and a low-lying ground cover, as we have in the other perimeters as well. Looking over to the site plan in terms of how do we establish compatibility in that area? Well, we did that first by moving the playfields along the eastern property line. As I said before, the abutting property owners are supportive. They feel that the techniques that are being used in this proposed application do lend itself to compatibility. They have no issue with that. We located the less intense parking area to the west, which is what we feel would probably be the least intensive area of the site. And the concession area is located internal to the site, which is basically the farthest away from all the property lines. The scale, mass, and bulk of the site, they're a fraction of what the commercial locational criteria would typically anticipate. As I noted before, the floor area ratio of this comp plan category is 0.25. What's proposed is a land-intensive use with barely a structure on it, which is 0.02. Very low level of activity, 4 playfields, 25% regulation of the size, and 5 on 5. It's not 11 on 11. Beyond that, what operational restrictions have we provided? Well, the first thing is we have no amplified sound. So there's not going to be any music being played loudly. There's not going to be any announcement of any of the particular games, or there's not going to be, you know, Team 2, we're waiting on you, Team 3 to come out. So there's not going to be anything like that going on. The field lighting would not exceed a one-foot candle at the property line next to any residential or residence zone property, or 2-foot candles at the property lines next to any other property during use at any time. This is a higher standard than the LDC, and that the LDC would require this standard of the lights for a recreational facility if it were to be operational after 11. But in this case, this standard would be applicable to lights anytime they're used. So when the time changes, if the lights go on at 5:30, then they have to adhere to that standard. There's also full compliance with Land Development Code in terms of all the compatibility measures. So in terms of the parking lot landscaping, the parking lot lighting, there are restrictions for recreational uses that the applicant will comply with. There'll be additional plantings in the parking lot itself that just will happen as a matter of code application when they go through site engineering. So we felt that between the code and where we provided a higher level of screening, we feel that that has provided the compatibility that will make this uniquely suited for this area in a compatible way. Now let's look at some examples of compatible recreation uses in other areas that share similar operational characteristics. The Forest Hill area, they have 7 fields adjacent to single-family uses, and I will say that the single-family uses, they're much more tightly packed. There's a field over here on the eastern side that has basically the entire baseball field is surrounded with single-family residential uses. So it's not something that's uncommon to have a recreational facility in a residential area. In these recreational facilities, I would note that they all have private instruction going on. I mean, the model now is that if you go here, there's going to be somebody having a club baseball team. There's going to be somebody giving pitching lessons. There's going to be somebody giving hitting lessons. That's just the way it is. If you've had a child that's gone through that program, whether just about in any sport, I mean, some of them have their own facilities, but a lot of these clubs, a lot of these instruction clinics, they're simply conducted right on public ground, not just private areas. So in this case, for example, just by its operation, if you want to look at the max case, as the staff looked at ours, all these fields are going to have 9 on 9. I mean, baseball is 9 players. And so you're going to have 18 on the field at one time, 126 players. Silva Soccer's, they're proposing 40 players if it's max. And they're also having special zoning conditions. Looking over another area of the county, we have Lutz, 5 fields, same situation next to adjacent homes. Significantly larger scale. Again, we have 18 people on the field at one time. They have batting cages. I mean, they have screens, they have lights, they have everything that at a higher intensity than what we're proposing. And they've both there and in Forest Hills and other areas of the counties, these uses have been compatibly coexisting for decades. I played on some of them. I mean, I can't barely walk anymore, but I did play at one time on them. So anyway, getting back to the commercial locational criteria, the CLC. In reviewing it, it's essentially a blunt instrument intended to provide guidance for appropriate placement of typical commercial uses. Typical commercial uses is something that would be depicted in this picture. It guides these uses to commercial intersections. And then, as I said before, there are waivers to allow for uses that may not be typical. In this case, what Mr. Silva wants to do is on the left. Very small soccer fields. What a typical commercial use is on the right. We believe that we're different. We believe that we are providing conditions that will make this use compatible. The soccer facility's type and scale is not typical. It's not something that's anticipated by the commercial locational criteria. And a few things that it does that typical commercial uses don't is that it's going to fill a void in the community. It's going to provide quality play fields at a time when this type of space is constrained, especially for soccer. It's going to provide community investment in an area, provide quality space and private instruction that's not readily available right now. And when it is, it's very difficult to execute that when there isn't a field for it to be had on, unless you're going to play on a field that looks like it's sand. They're going to include programs also for the underprivileged and disabled. They're also going to provide a program of free clinics, camps, and soccer activities to not only provide access, but exposure to the sport of soccer. So they're very, very well-rounded, very well-known program in the area, and this is their dream. They've taken a big risk and a big investment in this area. There really isn't a plan B because they've already bought the property and they're committed and they're invested into making this happen. So we spoke a little bit about how this is a little bit different than from other typical commercial uses and how it's unique, but we believe with these conditions it's also compatible. It generates significantly less activity, less building massing, and it uses much less property in terms of building typical commercial use. The PD zoning condition includes special conditions to address compatibility, which are not required by the Land Development Code, specifically the lighting and some of the screening that we're doing, and also provides a PD site plan that allows us to place the uses where we feel are most compatible in a way that's predictable because it provides a site plan. It has frontage along an arterial road. In this case, it just doesn't appear that the intersection criteria is warranted. Can I have a few minutes?
If you could wrap it up, that was 15 minutes.
We do have no objections prior to this hearing that we're aware of. We have community support. We have testimonials like the one that's in the PowerPoint that provides that this is unlike other operations. The children will benefit from this as well as adults. There is a related design exception that's been recommended for approval by the county engineer. The design exception is necessary because the right-of-way width isn't there, but the sidewalk has been found as a valid offset of that, and there's also going to be a right-of-way reservation condition, among other transportation conditions. If approved, then that will be required. So that pretty much wraps up my presentation. I know that the applicant wanted to speak. If you could just give them 5 minutes. We do have a lot of people here that have shown up, and so we would appreciate that.
I'm willing to give, if it were less than 5 minutes, that would be ideal,
Okay,
because you
I
went
think
for
we can do that.
15. So if we could do 3, that would be terrific. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christian Silva. Address is 18101 Hamden Parkway, 33647, Tampa, Florida. As Mr. Moreta summarized, we're actively working to meet compliance in order to be able to secure zoning for this property. Our purpose within the community has been to provide access and quality instruction of the beautiful game, as they call it, to Hillsborough County. We have been fortunate enough to reach many, but it has come with tremendous challenges. Field space and access is a large concern. It is extremely difficult to find fields to use within Hillsborough County, as most are tied down by the large-scale soccer clubs. Any soccer fields within the county are typically chained and locked up most of the day, and when they do open, it's strictly for the usage of these massive soccer clubs that operate year-round. One is not simply able to use fields for leisure, recreation, or instruction without immediately being kicked off. And for context, these clubs are large commitments, full year-round membership fees, so you have to be essentially all in to play the sport. You can't simply just enjoy it, whether it be a father and child, an individual looking to kick around by themselves, or a small group looking to get a pickup game going. These agreements with the large clubs extend year-round and deny any non-members from simple usage of fields. For us, looking to provide access and instruction to the community, it's nearly impossible to operate with such constraints. There's a massive need for this in the community. We're essentially looking for a home. Our home will offer a non-committal way for youth, adults, to enjoy the sport of soccer, whether it be for leisure or through quality instruction. We are offering programs for disabled and underprivileged completely free of charge through our ongoing programs, as it's an important core value for us to make this sport accessible and available to all in a unique way. This for us, it's not simply an establishment or a business. This is a dream for us as business owners and small business owners, the dream to be able to, through soccer, give back to the community and not only provide instruction, but to help development of life skills with sport as the vehicle. It caters to a much more specific youth and family-friendly environment. This small business has served a strong purpose and has been very fortunate to be able to have made a significant impact in the community thus far, as you can see by the young members and their families here today. For us, sorry?
We have some support letters that we're going to hand in as well.
Okay.
So
You can go ahead and file those into the record. Go ahead.
For us, transparency is important. We're all in on this project. We purchased the property with great aspirations to be able to continue our community impact. We're just hoping to do it while simultaneously being good neighbors to the Hillsborough County. There is no plan B for us. We are all in, and this is a very strong investment and a leap of faith, if you will. My father and I have taken it, and it all boils down to this. Our ability to continue impacting the community and continue this passion project of providing access and instruction depends on us securing a home location for our members and their families.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Appreciate your
Please
consideration.
sign in with the clerk's office. All right, we'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Tim Lampkin, Development Services. And the 2.69 acre site is located on the south side of Morridge Bridge Road. It's approximately 575 feet east of Eloan Drive. The site is located in the rural area. It's not located in a community planning area. The subject site is mainly surrounded by single-family residential homes, mobile homes, and conservation area located to the south of the subject site that is owned by the Southwest Florida Water Management District. The applicant proposes, as you heard, to rezone from AS1 to planned development for property located on the south side of Morris Bridge Road. It's approximately 1.5 miles east of Interstate 75, on ramp, and approximately 575 feet east of Eloan Drive. The proposed planned development is to allow 5 players on each team, soccer training facility with 4 playing fields. On a standard field, the number of players is 11 per team. Accessory features include a 2,000 square foot concession area that includes restrooms, a storage building. Bleachers are also proposed, and a parking area. Alternatively, the applicant requests to maintain the existing AS1 zoning requirements as a second option. The applicant has not requested variations from the Land Development Code 6.05.00 or Part 6.06.00 Landscaping and Buffering Requirements, or 6.07.00. Planning Commission staff finds the proposed development is not consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Plan. Overall, the Planning Commission has found that the site does not meet the locational criteria, and a waiver to the CLC is not supported. Zoning staff acknowledges that the applicant has provided significant mitigation measures to protect the adjacent properties located to the immediate east and west of the subject site. However, while the parcel does exceed the minimum lot size of 1 acre required in the AS1 zoning district, staff finds that the potential adverse effects or impacts due to the relatively narrow 248 lot width of the subject site for the proposed use makes it difficult to create an adequate transition of uses and buffering potential impacts of the proposed 4 soccer fields from the single family along the west and east perimeter of the site. There is 1 transportation design exception, which has been found supportable by the county engineer. Based upon the above, staff finds the request not supportable. And that concludes staff's presentation, unless you have any questions.
None at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Carlianos with Planning Commission staff. The site is in the rural area and it's not located within the limits of a community plan. This site has a future land use designation of residential 6, which allows for consideration up to 6 dwelling units to the acre, or 0.25 floor area ratio. The Res 6 future land use category is intended to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood commercial, office uses, and mixed-use projects. These non-residential uses are subject to locational criteria. The subject site is surrounded by Res 6 to the north, east, and west. Natural preservation future land use category is located to the south. Now, the subject site is mainly surrounded by single-family residential homes, mobile homes, and conservation land owned by the South Florida Water Management District. The applicant, again, is requesting for a planned development soccer training facility with up to 4 playing fields and 2,000 square foot concession stand. Planning Commission staff reviewed it for consistency with the comprehensive plan and the community plan, though it's not in one, but the rural area in particular is intended for long-term agricultural uses and large lot, low-density rural residential uses, which cannot exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. So overall, their proposed non-residential use is actually out of character with that rural area. Now, they are requesting, though, a 2,000 square foot concession, which overall, like looking at the plan, the site plan, it does provide for a 0.20 floor area ratio, which is way below under the 0.25 floor area maximum. However, due to the surrounding development pattern, it's mostly residential. It's more, the proposed characteristics of what they're proposing for their use is more intense than what's actually out there. Now, the nature of the request, even though that they have provided some mitigation, so for example, they're asking 20-foot setbacks with type B screening. There's a 0.16 acre retention area on the south side. The proposed use has operating characteristics, but it's going to be disruptive to the surrounding area. Now, furthermore, the applicant does note that there is a 2-lane rural roadway that has requested an administrative variance to not improve that substandard Morris Bridge Road up to county standards. The site appears to show, efficient circulation and access. However, transportation comments weren't available yet in optics at the time of filing of the report. Now, the subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria, and it's not within the 900-foot distance from the closest qualifying intersection, which is Morris Bridge Road and Interstate 75. Now, the applicant did request a waiver to CLC. However, despite the mitigative efforts that they have proposed, it's still insufficient to buffer and mitigate for the surrounding residential character. Furthermore, now, PC staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners not grant that waiver to the commercial locational criteria. In addition, Objective 12-1 and Policy 12-1.4, which is community design component, and discuss how new development must be compatible with the surrounding established character. Now, the development pattern, again, as stated, it's single-family residential homes, mobile homes, conservation lands, and a slight gas station, which is located in a residential or agricultural zoning districts. The proposed soccer facility actually presents a lot of challenges with pedestrian and vehicular traffic, parking impacts, noise, and lighting. Now, we are aware when the applicant did come for his request for rezoning, and he had been in various discussions with county staff. And we provided some direction in what areas would be more appropriate to have a soccer training facility of that sort. However, despite that we gave the guidance, they still pursued this particular piece of property. Now, we explained to them that the rural area is very specific, and it's to make sure that we don't have that urban and suburban encroachment. There's nothing in the list of conditions to actually restrict what they're proposing in terms of impact from lighting, impact from noise, and hours of operation. And on top of that, while the applicant did state that it's a smaller soccer fields per se, however, the amount of turnaround, because these typical games are very short in nature, a large soccer field typically is about an hour game. These are actually shorter than that. So you're gonna have a lot more influence, a lot more people coming in and out of that property, specifically in an area that is rural, and it's meant for residential in character. There is a huge difference between public and privately owned recreational uses. Publicly, county parks and rec, they have limited capacity in terms of operating hours, and they restrict it because they are trying to make sure that they're sensitive to the surrounding area. So you're right, compatibility doesn't mean the same as, it means comparable to. However, this being a private recreational use, there's nothing to restrict it or bind by it to make sure it doesn't impact the surrounding areas. With that being said, based on the considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed development is inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, and I would be glad to answer any questions.
No, you answered my questions. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support, either in the room or online. How many people would like to speak? Raise your hand. So I see three total? Four. Okay. Anyone online? I don't think so. Okay. So let's just do 4 minutes apiece. If you want to take less, terrific. Whoever wants to start. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer and everyone this evening. My name is Christina Mattasini. My address is 3214 West Bay Villa Avenue in Tampa, Florida, 33611. I, along with the individuals in the sea of red behind me, are all present this evening to speak in support of the application to rezone this property in Thenodisassa, Florida. It was a little hard to hear what we just heard, and we were hoping to have a little more support. We're all here, though, to support the application to rezone the property that would allow for the development of what will be the home of Silva Academy's Youth Development Soccer League for years to come. I've chosen to speak to share our collective opinion as to why this change will not only benefit the surrounding community, but also how it will directly benefit the boys sitting behind me and countless other children for years to come. It's important for me to share how my family became acquainted with Christian Silva and the Silva soccer family, so that you understand why we stand here in such adamant support of this application and what we believe it will mean for the community because of the impact this academy has already had on my own child and the boys behind me. Our oldest son, who is here tonight, and I won't embarrass him and make him stand next to me, played for one of the larger clubs that you heard about. It was a traditional corporate soccer club, and he played for them since he was 4 years old. He's now 13. There are only a handful of clubs in the area, and they hold a monopoly on access to soccer in and around Hillsborough County. And just like any corporation that grows exponentially with a goal of profit over people, and without the proper foresight and planning to handle the growth, sectors of a corporation will start to suffer. In the world of club soccer, those sectors are our children, the children that the clubs promise to help train and develop. These large and ever-growing soccer clubs care foremost about their corporation's financial bottom line and prioritize the financial success of their club and its executives over its players, who should be the real foundation of the organization. Many parents, my husband and I included, would watch with frustration as our kids were assigned coaches who treated their position more like a babysitting job rather than what it should have been, the opportunity to develop and mentor our community's youth who have a passion for this sport. We saw our own child exasperated and dissatisfied, to say the least, with the training he was receiving year after year. He wasn't growing as a player, and neither were his teammates. As a club, their team was consistently underachieving because of this. We learned of Christian Silva through friends. He was known to us as a retired professional soccer player who offered group and private training. Along with several other teammates, our oldest started training with Christian. Christian had a vision and saw a desperate need within the community that he grew up in and wanted to help these boys who were getting the short end of the stick from their clubs. Our boys found a mentor and true coach in Christian, and the parents saw their children benefit in innumerable ways through their training interactions with him. Christian soon saw another need, so he presented the idea of taking a few boys and creating his own non-traditional club and asked if our son would be a part of that vision. Leaving the traditional soccer system to follow a single man was uncommon, to say the least. We knew that the benefits of the training our son would receive far outweighed the risk of leaving a traditional soccer network. We were grateful for the opportunity and have zero regrets to this day. The only obstacle our boys have faced has been the lack of a permanent training facility. Our team has bounced from location to location because there is a lack of parks and recreational facilities throughout Hillsborough County. Despite the unprecedented growth in commercial and residential real estate, the boys currently train on fields that are not suitable for traffic of daily training, and we pay an astronomical monthly cost that is unsustainable for Silva Academy.
If you could wrap it up, please.
On paper, I'm standing here today speaking in support of rezoning a piece of land. However, I hope that we can all convey to you that this application means so much more to these boys behind me and the future Silva Academy boys. There is an opportunity here for Christian Silva and his academy to fulfill yet another need and make a positive impact within our community for many more years to come. We trusted in his vision then, and we continue to trust him now. Thank you.
For your comments. If you could please sign in. Next. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ravi Chitani. I reside at 1108 Abby's Way in Tampa. My family and I are here today in support of the rezoning of RZPD 23-0422. Our support is based on two things specifically. Number one, the lack of accessibility of soccer fields or anything that resembles a soccer field in our area, something that we have personally encountered over the years. And number two, our belief that if given the opportunity to set his academy up at this location, Coach Silva and his academy will have a tremendous positive impact on our youth for many years to come that goes beyond just teaching them to be better soccer players. As residents of Hillsborough County since 2005, we've seen the tremendous growth that has taken place over the past 2 decades. Families from all over the country have moved to the Tampa Bay area, and the building continues at an incredible rate. We have become so focused on growth in the ways of housing, commercial development, warehousing, and retail that we've forgotten with all this growth, our kids have needs too. Hillsborough County longs for land use like what Coach Silva is proposing. There simply are not enough places for our kids to get out and kick the ball with their friends. especially in the surrounding areas where this site is located. We've added basketball courts, baseball fields, tennis courts, and even pickleball courts. But getting access to a soccer field is nearly impossible. Youth soccer is one of the largest and biggest growth sports in the United States in terms of youth participation, and it has some of the least amount of real estate allocated to it. Our son literally practices in the street because he has no land use available to him. We must drive 25 minutes to find a field with a goal if he wants to train on grass. This is not a new issue either. I distinctly remember several occasions when he was younger, we would literally have to trespass on private property just to gain access to a field. We would climb fences at local schools or squeeze through openings and locked gates just to be able to train and play. This problem is getting worse and worse and worse, as Christina pointed out, with large clubs coming into the area and making it almost impossible for the masses to gain access to this sport. I would have to lie to my son and tell him that somebody must have accidentally locked the door or that I forgot the key to the gate so he wouldn't panic about having to scale a wall just to play soccer. This facility would solve that issue for our son and the countless other kids in the area and his teammates behind him. It would truly be an amazing addition to the community and provide much needed access to the public. In addition to help solving the accessibility problem and putting aside the fact that Coach Silva is a young, incredibly hardworking minority business owner looking to give back to the youth of society, he's also a great coach. Simply put, his methodology and trainings work. For several years, my son played for a well-known traditional academy system in the area. Even though he was a top player in the club and on the surface, very successful at the sport, he longed for more. It wasn't until we met Coach Silva that we found somebody on and off the field that would help him take his game to the next level by matching his passion for the game and putting in the work needed. Silva Academy provides an outlet for soccer players that have ambitions of playing soccer at a very high level. The academy fills a huge void left behind by the traditional club system and allows folks like my son to have opportunities they never would have had. Recently, my son was selected to be part of the Jamaican Youth National Team pool. This is amongst the highest honors for kids who play this sport, and he would not have done it without the help and guidance of Christian Silva. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Samir Chatani, and I play for Coach Silva. I met Coach Silva 3 years ago. At the time, I was playing for a big club in the area, and I was not having very much fun. That was sad because I really love soccer. My passion for the sport was reignited when my parents set up private trainings with Coach Silva on off nights of club practice. I started having fun again and became so much better of a player. When Coach Silva formed his own academy, I jumped at the chance to work with him full time. Coach Silva is just different. He pushes us to be our best and teaches us things that other teams aren't learning. He really cares about us and wants to see us be successful in soccer or whatever we do in life. I consider him a mentor and owe so much of my success to him in soccer. I really hope you approve of his new facility so kids like me and my teammates behind me have a place to call home and work on living out our dreams of playing soccer at a very high level under the watch eye of Coach Silva. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good job. Thank you, boys, for participating in the process. If you could sign in. Next, please. Wow. Could we get him to sign?
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is James Tatum. I live at 2810 Barrett Avenue, Plant City, Florida, and I am the property owner just east adjacent to this property. And I just wanted to throw my support in for this project. I'm a big supporter of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could sign in as well. All right, I think that's the last of the support, correct? All right, so we'll close that portion of the hearing. Is there anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone against this project? Seeing no one in the room, anyone online? No. Okay. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
I would only want to add, and Mr. Moretta can address this in his rebuttal, to see, make sure he's entered in some proposed conditions of approval into the record. I believe he was discussing that with Mr. Lampkin earlier today, and we just want to make sure they're in the record.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Moretta, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal, and if you could address Ms. Heinrich's question about the conditions.
Sure. In fact, I've had ongoing conversations with Tim today. I have a copy for the record. I believe Tim and I were going to meet next week and go over the conditions to make sure that it was something that the county felt was implementable, but I can hand this in for the record if you'd like.
You could submit it to the clerk.
I'm sure.
All right, and then you have a little less, we'll give you a little bit more because we talked through the beginning of rebuttal, but yes, 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. I think where we're at is that we have a locational criteria that is subjective. I mean, it's more an art than a science. So if it was a science, then we would never need a public hearing. And I believe that probably the best evaluator of that locational criteria and whether it's appropriately being applied or not are the people that live in the area. We've had the adjacent neighbor that's going to live right next to the field saying that he's supportive of it. We have noticed this site 3 times, and we haven't received anybody that has any opposition. I don't believe it's as easy to dismiss public parks as being public. I mean, the sheer scale of them and the operational activities that goes on in them, they just can't be dismissed. It's the same activity. Whether someone's playing it in a club soccer team or a club baseball team or a Little League team, it's effectively the same thing. And like I said before, these private and public areas they're being commingled. There's private activity going on public parks, and there's private activity going on in private areas as well in terms of coaching and instruction and team play. So at the end of the day, what is the impact? And we feel like we've ameliorated that impact. We have conditions for the lighting. We have site plan conditions. We have site plan layout. So we feel all those things speak to compatibility. We feel the neighborhood speaks to the compatibility. And in terms of the uniqueness and the need, the void it will fill, I think these people that came here tonight, in terms of the children, the parents, and everybody, they've gone out of their way just to show up tonight to make sure that the decision makers know exactly how important this is to them. So this isn't just the Silvas just trying to get out there and make a buck. They're actually out there trying to do something positive for the community, positive for the youth, and for that matter, positive for anybody that's an adult player. So we would request your consideration of the waiver, and we feel like we've done an adequate job in making it compatible, and we feel that the area and the citizens that live in that area also agree with us. So having said that, I'm available if you have any questions.
The only question I had, and I understand the gentleman immediately adjacent spoke in support, and I did see the number of letters in the county's optics file in support. Are any of those from other surrounding property owners?
I don't believe so. The one I do know that we have is from the Tatum family, which is immediately to the east, which is why the fields are placed over there, because we felt that that was the most intense part of the site. And so we worked with Mr. Tatum and his family to make sure that that was sufficient, and they feel that it is. So that's where we're at with that piece. But in terms of the other surrounding area, no, we haven't necessarily solicited from them, but we do feel like we're compatible. In the area, as you saw, I think probably the next most significant area is the area to the west, which has that strand of trees, and it has many vacant cars, RVs. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that property, but certainly our site will not be incompatible with that, particularly with the conditions we're providing. And we are providing lighting conditions. I think it was said that we weren't. We are providing the lighting conditions that would be adhered to by any county recreational facility after 11 o'clock, but we're imposing that on this site to occur before that. And the reason we did that and we moved away from a fixture is that at first we were committing to one fixture, but in doing that, if that fixture was to go away, then we'd simply be stuck with a zoning condition that says we have to have a specific type of fixture. So in working through that with staff and coming up with a lighting condition that was implementable, we basically, landed on a county requirement that's well known and that already has an established metric of compatibility. So that's where we landed. We just imposed that on ourselves anytime the lights are used, as opposed to just imposing it after 11 p.m.
All right,
So-
you answered my other question, so that's all I had.
Thank you. Thank you for consideration.
All right, thank you for that. And so with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0422. And if you all could just exit quietly so we can move on with the hearing. Mr. Heinrich, we'll go back to our regular agenda.
Our next item is item C3, standard rezoning 23-0636. The applicant is wishing to rezone from PD zoning to RSC4. Carol Ann Peddle with Development Services will present staff findings, and you should have a revised staff report that was provided to you, which corrects the proposed FAR in square footage and corrects a typo in the introduction summary.
I do have it, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Hello, my name is Matt Farhadi. I live at 12303 Memorial Highway, Tampa, Florida, 33635. I'm the applicant and the property owner.
All right, if you could just tell us a little bit about your request.
Yes, I would like to, the property was zoned for PD a few years ago from RSC1, and I was planning to put a 50-bed ALF, assisted living facility, but due to the cost of the project, I've changed my mind since then, and I would like to change it back to.
That was my first question, was what is it currently approved for? So thank you for that.
Right.
All right, and how many, what's the maximum, if you know, how many single-family homes do you hope to
10
develop?
homes.
10, okay. All right. All right, those are my only questions. Does that conclude your presentation?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office?
Yes.
Thank you. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Carolyn Peddle, Development Services. This is rezoning 230636. The applicant requests to rezone the property from Plan Development 160995 to RSC4. The property has a future land use designation of R4, which permits residential densities to up to a maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre, and a non-residential intensity of up to a maximum FAR of 2.5. Surrounding the subject parcel, the future land use category is R4, with the adjacent multifamily parcel having R4 and OC20. The properties in the immediate vicinity are developed for single-family residential, multifamily, and religious uses. The abutting properties to the north and east are vacant, state-owned properties zoned ASC1. The properties to the south is developed for the Tampa Shores Community Church, and the parcel to the west is a multifamily development called the Sedona, which is separated by the parcel by Double Branch Road. Based on the R4 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning development pattern, and the proposed use development standards for the RSC4 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Carlianos with Planning Commission staff. The site is in the urban service area and within the limits of the Town and Country Community Plan, and also in the Northwest Hillsborough Community Plan. The site has a future land use designation of residential 4, which allows for consideration up to 4 dwelling units per the gross acre, or a floor area maximum ratio of 0.25. And the intent of the Res 4 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. In addition, suburban scale neighborhood commercial office uses, mixed-use projects, et cetera, and they are subject to locational criteria. Typical uses in the surrounding area, we have public institutional land use, so like commercial to the north and east, and then there's a church and single-family dwellings to the south and multifamily dwellings to the west. Now, the subject site is completely surrounded by residential 4 to the north, east, and south, and then we have office commercial 20, which is located to the west and further north along West Hillsborough Avenue. Now, the site is entirely in the coastal high hazard. There are approximately 0.42 acres of wetlands, and The subject site, since it's in the urban service area, it is consistent with objective 1 of the future land use element, where we want to see 80% of the county's growth to be directed towards. Now, policy 1.4 also requires that new developments be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed RSC4 zoning district in the residential 4 future land use designation is compatible with that existing development. The proposal to rezone the property is consistent with policy 1.2, as it would allow the site to meet minimum density expected for the acreage of the site. Now, the proposal is also consistent with policy 13.3 as it relates to minimum density, but with environmental considerations. So the allowable density had been calculated to allow for a maximum of 10 dwelling units. So it's understood that once this goes through site planning, they would have to abide by that. Now, and this is due because the site was actually less than 25% wetland, so they couldn't qualify for that 1.25 credit. Now, furthermore, since this site is completely located in the coastal high hazard, the proposed rezoning does meet the intent of Objective 10 and policies relating to land use suitability and potential density consistent with the future land use designation of residential 4. The proposed zoning district would allow for residential development that is compliant with policy 12.1.4 of the community design component, and it is similar to what is being what is surrounding the surrounding density and the development pattern. The proposed the rezoning meets the intent of the Northwest Area and Town and Country Community Plan. It allows for a potential range of housing types that are within close proximity to goods and services along West Hillsborough Avenue. That said, the Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, and I would gladly be answering any questions.
None at this time, but thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Sir, you have the last word if you'd like it. I've lost you in the crowd. Anything further? No. Okay, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0636 and go to the next case.
Our next item is C4, standard rezoning 23-0729. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AI to M restricted. Carol Ann Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Tanais Acosta Benite. Address is 7718 Hinsdale Drive, Tampa, Florida 33615.
Thank you.
I'm here for 5822 Barry Road, Tampa, Florida 33634. We are trying to rezone to Zone M with 2 restrictions that transportation gave to us. One of them is limit our permit to use to a contractor office with open storage and accessory customer display or showroom uses, and to limit the maximum permit to gross square feet of 20,000 uses of the land. So that's all I have to present.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Development Services.
Good evening. Carolyn Peddle, Development Services, standard rezoning 230729. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from AI to M with restrictions. The property associated with this rezoning has a future land use designation of LI. LI allows for non-residential intensities up to NFR of 0.75. All surrounding properties have a future land use of LI. The properties in the immediate vicinity are developed for residential and warehouse uses. The abutting properties to the south and east are developed for residential uses with AI and M. The property to the north is used as a warehouse zoned PD, as well as the parcel to the west, which is zoned M. Based on the previous considerations and the applicant's proposed restrictions regarding limited uses to contractor's office with open storage, accessory customer display, showroom, and maximum allowable gross square footage of 20,000 for the restricted use is ordered to address access issues to Berry Road raised by transportation. Staff finds the proposed M zoning district is compatible with the existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Carla Llanos with Planning Commission staff. The site is located in the urban service area in the limits of the Town and Country Community Plan. The site, including the surrounding parcels, are recognized under the light industrial future land use category. Typical allowable uses in the LI future land use category include processing, manufacturing, assembly of materials, food products, storage, furniture, apparel, manufacturing, etc. You'll have a full list out in your packet, Madam Hearing Officer. Now, a single-family home is presently occupied on the site. A mobile home is non-conforming to the light industrial future land use category. Since 2018, several nearby parcels have been requested to rezone to manufacturing, which is similar to the applicant's request. Now, the proposed M zoning district is found abutting the subject site to the west and eastern boundaries, and there's several other pockets within this neighborhood that has been observed to change that zoning to M. Now, Planning Commission staff reviewed it for consistency with the intent in objective objective 1 and policy 1.4 of the future land use element. We find it consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, as well as projecting growth in the urban service area. Now, the proposed rezoning does meet the intent of objective 8, policies 8.1 and 8.2, which basically is trying to bring into conformity the underlying zoning into the future land use category. Furthermore, the request meets objective 16 and policy 16.2, 16.3 regarding the protection of adjacent land uses through various buffering and mitigation measures. Staff did have a question at the time when the applicant had submitted their rezoning application, since there is an existing single-family home to the east. However, after discussion with Development Services, it was determined that the actual required buffering is a little bit more restrictive than proposing a condition. So Planning Commission staff was okay with them providing what the LDC code requirement was for buffering and screening. Manufacturing is a permitted use in the light industrial future land use category, and therefore it conforms to the desired land use pattern in that area. The applicant's request is consistent with the Town and Country Community Plan, as it encourages the redevelopment of existing neighborhoods and helps with business development in that area. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for a development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies on the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. Therefore, Planning Commission staff finds that this proposed rezoning is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, anything else? All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0729 and go to the next case.
Our next application, item C5, standard rezoning 23-0828. The applicant is requesting to rezone from ASC1 to CG restricted. Isis Brown will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation, and I've also been advised that the transportation reviewer for this application, James Ratliff, would like to speak after Isis to discuss some changes on the transportation report.
Okay, will do. Is the applicant here?
Thank you. Not that one, right? We already did that.
I already messed that one up. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. This is a rezoning standard 23-0828. We're located in the East Lake Orient Park area, as indicated on the mapping. South of Sly on Orient Road, as indicated on the mapping. This is as the property appraiser has the site currently. Currently on the site is a landscape company. You can see Orient Road. You can see the site is pretty open along Orient Road, and the activity occurs at the building and behind the fence line. The issue is rezoning from ASC1 to CGR with restrictions on 1.2 acres. The site is under citation from code enforcement. We've added restrictions which include, or conditions, no fencing on the south. That's because a PVC fence already exists already. And on the south, we would use evergreen trees at 10 foot high, 12 feet on center to create a higher than code required screening. All business or operation activity would be interior only. There would be a uniform opaque screening applied to the existing fencing along the front, which would act as screening. and hours restricted to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. with no Sunday hours. Uses restricted: C-store with or without gas, motor vehicle repair, fast food with or without drive-through, blood plasma center, recyclable materials recovery. We tried to look at the intensive uses and pull those out to make the site as compatible as possible. Development Services states the site as a mixture of uses to include residential, commercial, institutional type uses, and rural agricultural. So there's a lot of different uses in the immediate area. The subject site, according to the Planning Commission, is located within the CMU 12 future land use category, which is intended to designate areas that are urban in intensity and intensity of uses. And that's a very important finding for this particular request, because CMU 12 does include light industrial uses, multi-purpose, community retail, commercial, research park, and mixed uses. It does contain very intensive uses. Across the street is a PQP land use category, which contains Tampa Bay Tech High School and the high-tech Tampa campus for evening classes. The entire area is CMU 12 and PQP basically, or heavy industrial, as you can see from the land use map. So this is designated as a very intensive area. When you look at the zoning map, it doesn't really show or appear to show the intense uses. For example, across the street, the zoning is ASC1, but contains very large, intensive schools with large activity. Also to the north, includes residential as well, but there's zoning, there's schools to the north. U.S. Foods, which is a major manufacturing operation, is in a PD. And then further, a little bit to the south, you have a landscape PD that I'll talk more about, which is similar to this use, and then manufacturing uses or manufacturing categories as well. Planning Commission notes subject site is currently zoned as agricultural single-family conventional. The ASC zoning district extends east, west, and north. So again, the statement says ASC1, but the uses and intensity of the area are much different. When you look at an aerial, you can see just by the aerial that this is much more than just a residential area. There's very intensive uses like U.S. Foods, Central Florida Landscaping, Tampa Bay Technical School. You can see that's quite a complex, and the second school there as well, and school to the north, and foundation building materials to the south. And this is a little clearer depiction of what the uses are. So again, when you look at the zoning, it doesn't really show the intensity. The future land use designates it in the entire vicinity. This is the high school right across the street. This is the landscape company to the south, which is approximately 0.25 miles to the south. And it's interesting when I show you this picture, because after it was approved, it is an older approval from 85, PD 850141. It was interpreted as a C3 use for its approval, and it looks, acts, and it's situated very much similar to the applicant before you, which is again down the road about 2.5 of a mile, quarter of a mile. Orient Road is very busy with 7,900 vehicles per day. It's interesting, in the zoning of 05-1375, which is the use for U.S. Foods, it notes the adjacent land uses includes commercial uses and single families to the north. I'm sorry, I have to correct that. Looking at the land use hearing officer, it classified commercial uses and single-family dwellings in the area, noting business and commercial uses, residential uses. Again, that same cycle of the many different uses and variety of uses in the immediate area. Abutting to the north of the site, and I showed the site here is designated, is a 37-foot easement drive, which provides a good buffer, and you can see there is some screening between the uses in the other pictures here. To the west is a very large parcel, which again has some good screening. You can see that's a large parcel from the parcel that's under review today. We also have the test of time. There's been a long history of business, commercial, and even industrial type activity or commercial intensive activity at the site. This is 2006, 2009, back in 2002, and 1999 has been a consistent history of the use at the site. In regard to transportation, I did have some communication with Alex Steady, and he does note in his report that the no adverse effect part, and this is in his report, is what would need to be demonstrated for spacing. His concern was primarily spacing from other driveways and having a safe access point. But the fact is, as we would present, the site now is wide open in terms of access anywhere along Orient Road. We would suggest transportation departments should take the opportunity, with all due respect, to ask for conditions, which we've suggested, of allowing only one access point, which would be far, far safer than what's allowed or what's occurring on the site today. So in summary, we've added significant restrictions to control and make the use compatible. The CMU 12 is a high and intensive category. It's reflective of the broad area. The zoning maps do not present the existing intensity as well. There's a large mix of intensity uses, and a similar use right down the street has worked fine, and we do the test of time on the site. So with that, we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about that transportation comment as well, so we'll talk to Mr. Ratliff about that when it's his turn.
For myself?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ratliff, thank you. I appreciate it. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. Before you, standard rezone 23-0828. This is for approximately 1.20 acre property requesting rezone from ASC 1 to CGR. The site is located in the CMU 12 category, land use category, to the north, south, and east, and to the west is public, quasi, and quasi-public. The adjacent properties are zoned ASC 1 to the north, east, and west. Residential, single-family residential RSC 4 to the north, residential single families RSC 6 to the NPD, and ASC 1 to the east, and PD to the south and southeast. The site is located on Orient Road and primarily will trigger additionally the additional buffering and tree plantings as required as Part 6.0603.I of the Land Development Code. The site will be serviced by the City of Tampa for wastewater and water services. Staff finds that the request is not consistent and compatible with the existing and emerging zoning pattern along this portion of Orient Road. The property's frontage is along the east side of Orient Road to the north and south of the subject parcels between the block from Sly Avenue and Rough Road to the south is zoned residential has residential type uses. To mitigate the proposed CG zoning district infill along Orient Road, the applicant has proposed the following restrictions. All business activities shall be carried internally in the building site. Uniform opaque screening shall be applied to the existing fence along the west property line along the street. Hours of operations Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and no Sunday hours operation, and that the restricted uses of the property will exclude convenience stores with or without gas station, motor vehicles, fast foods with or without drive-through, plasma or center, and recyclable material facilities. Based on the above considerations and due to objections by the transportation staff review outlined in their agency comments, Development Services finds that the request is not supportable at this time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Carla Llanos, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the urban service area and is within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. It is designated as commercial mixed-use 12 on the future land use map, which can be considered up to a maximum of 12 dwelling units per the gross acre or 0.50 floor area ratio. The intent of the community mixed-use 12 future land use category is to designate areas that are urban in intensity and density of uses, and typical uses in the CMU 12 include residential, community scale, retail, commercial, office uses, research, corporate parks, light industrial, etc. Non-residential land uses must be compatible with the residential uses. surrounding residential uses through established techniques of transition or by restricting location of incompatible uses. Now, the CMU 12 surrounds a subject site north, east, and south. Public, quasi-public, future land use category is located west of across Orient Road, and the Research Corporate Park, or RCP designation, is located further southwest. Now, the subject site currently contains light industrial uses. Agricultural uses abut to the north and eastern boundaries of the subject site. Single-family uses are located directly south and further east and north. The Tampa Bay Technical High School is located directly across Orient Road. This is considered a residential support use. Agricultural and vacant uses are located further southwest. And the area surrounding is a mixture of residential, agricultural, and school uses. Again, school uses are considered residential support. Planning Commission staff reviewed it for consistency with the comprehensive plan, and we found that objective one, it does not meet the compatibility criteria established by FLU policy 1.4, and policy 1.4 indicates that compatibility does not mean the same as, but rather it refers to the sensitivity of the development proposals in maintaining the character of the existing development. On September 25th, 2023, the applicant submitted a list of proposed restrictions that includes convenience stores with and without gasoline sales, motor vehicle repair, fast food restaurants with or without drive-through, blood, plasma donation, recyclable material recovery facilities, etc. Now, although Planning Commission staff is receptive towards proposed restrictions, the remaining range of CG uses or commercial general uses and their intensities present a significant compatibility concern with the surrounding residential to the site. Now, Planning Commission staff acknowledge that though the applicant is proposing the buffering and screening techniques that were submitted with the proposed restrictions on September 25th, 2023, although these techniques aim to remedy the adverse impacts of the remaining CG uses, it still is found inconsistent with the surrounding properties. Similarly, policies 16.2 and 16.3 seek to ensure the complementary uses to each other and that there's gradual transition between unlike uses. The proposed CG zoning district is too intense for the residential character of the surrounding area. Now, the proposed rezoning is also inconsistent with the intent of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The plan's economic development goal seeks to create commercial redevelopment along 56th Street and create a commercial mixed-use district along Orient Road from Hillsborough to Columbus Drive. The subject site is not located within either of these areas where commercial development is to be directed. By contrast, the plan's housing goal seeks to evaluate land uses along Orient Road to allow for higher density dwelling units. And in this considering, it's not consistent with the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. So overall, the proposed rezoning would not allow for a development that was that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the unincorporated Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. So based on that, Planning Commission staff is proposing that this rezoning be found inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. You have any questions?
No, no questions. Thank you. All right, we've neglected to go to Mr. Ratliff with transportation. So let's pull him up. Mr. Ratliff, I see my question was on your prior, is a comment that was made on your prior agency comment sheet, which I see has been significantly rewritten. So I don't think I have that same question now, but go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, for the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section, Development Services. Wanted to just let you know that we, essentially the findings remain unchanged. We just added additional detail with respect to the nature of the objection and put specifics in regarding spacing. We also edited the site access section there to just kind of explain a little bit more clearly what the issue is. We did hear I think from Mr. Pressman saying that, county staff should have, potentially offered restrictions. Again, I just want to be clear about how the process works for Euclidean cases. It's unfortunately not like a PD in that staff does not have the, as I've been informed, we don't have the ability to unilaterally offer restrictions on a proposed development. We can either support the applicant proffered restrictions or not. And so we are always happy to engage with the applicant and work on those restrictions that they can proffer to us before a case. But when that doesn't happen, it puts us in the position of having to object to a case. And so again, we believe that there are restrictions that could have been developed that could potentially lead to a place of support for this project. But again, we are not able to simply offer those. And so that's where we are at with the case at this time.
Yeah, I agree with you that, when it's not a PD and we get into these Euclidean restricted districts, they get far off field where you would have an opportunity to meet regarding a plan development, and you don't have in that Euclidean environment. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, at this point, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support, either in the room or online. Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. County staff, Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
I do need to make, Todd Pressman for the record, I do need to make one correction. Referring back to the PowerPoint 05-1375, this is the rezoning of the residential abutting on the south. And the hearing officer very clearly notes adjacent land uses include a commercial use and single-family dwellings to the north. So it should be no surprise to anyone in terms of compatibility on top of the CMU 12 that a commercial use is existing at the time of the rezoning to single-family residential. And again, findings of fact, the zoning hearing master at that time is that business and commercial uses, residential uses, educational facilities are in the immediate area. Proposed PD would be compatible with existing emerging land uses in the immediate area. So the finding in 05 in regard to the residential clearly includes the commercial that was existing at the site and found it to be compatible.
Mr. President, let me ask you a question about that. So that 05 rezoning you're talking about refers to this property, the subject property, as being commercial? Is that what your point is?
That's correct.
And did you not say that this is under code enforcement for having an improper use on this zoning?
That is correct.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
That is correct. At the same time, there's been a couple decades of the use that has continued on the site. At code citation, clearly we're here to address those issues. But I think it's an important finding that as the Planning Commission, with respect, finds it incompatible to the residential, it was found to be compatible when the residential was brought in. So it was very clear the use was there and, again, was compatible. And as well, recognizes the intensive uses in the immediate area across the street and to the north and to the south. I will say in regard to Mr. Ratliff, and Mr. Ratliff is always great to work with. He's really just one of the stellar guys. But and respect to the comment from the hearing officer that I heard, is that adding a condition for one single access point would certainly, in my experience, be something that would be within the status quo, and I've done and used before. So that would be an opportunity for the Transportation Department to make the site much safer than it is now. And as well as staff also notes, or the Transportation Report also notes, that through a long paragraph, that these type of requirements are evaluated at the time of plat, site construction plan review, and that's the more appropriate time that it's looked at, and that's reading from the Transportation Report. I will say finally that when the Planning Commission makes a comment of where commercial activity should occur per the East Lake Plan, it's been throughout the entire Orient Road. It's intensive on the entire Orient Road, including manufacturing intense uses, and we just disagree that to describe it in that manner or another manner is not reflective of the future land use category and the uses in the area. So we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll close rezoning 23-0828. We're past 8 o'clock, so it's time to take a break. By the clock on the back of the wall, if you could be back here at 8:20, and we'll resume the hearing. Thank you. right, welcome back to the October 16th, 2023 zoning hearing, master hearing. Ms. Heinrich, we're ready for the next case.
Our next item is item C6, standard rezoning 23-0932. The applicant is requesting a rezoning of property zone RSC 6 and RSC 4 to CG restricted. Isis Brown with Development Services will present staff findings. And I believe also there is a update in the agency comments for the staff report in regards to the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you so much. Is the applicant here? Busy night for you, Mr. Pressman.
Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. This is a rezoning 23-0932. We're located in the Seffner Mango area, as indicated in the mapping. I'm here with Richard Gonzalez. Richard is the property owner. We're located just south of MLK Boulevard on South Kingsway. You'll see that we're two separate parcels with a little strip of right-of-way in between. Zoning issue is from RSC 6 to CGR at 1.20 acres. Development Services supports with conditions. Transportation is no objection, meets locational criteria. Restrictions are no motor vehicle repair, no freestanding fast food restaurant with a drive-through, no convenience store with gas. The two parcels will be restricted to direct vehicular access to Gerald Avenue or one singular vehicular access connection to Kingsway Road in the event that Gerald Avenue is vacated. So again, we are just south of Martin Luther King on South Kingsway. One other very interesting finding is that running along the south of Martin Luther King is a railroad track, which carries a railroad traffic, of course, and that adds to the intensity of the site as well. And this is a closer view of the two parcels, just orientation-wise for you. I have the distance of the right-of-way between the properties under review today and the residential to the east. I have it at about 70 feet MOL, which provides a good buffer distance between the two. Development Services notes the right-of-way varies approximately 60 to 70 feet in width, with the required 30-foot minimum setback. Structures will be set back approximately 90 to 100 feet from the lots to the east at a minimum. So again, very, very good separation between the two. This is a busy roadway in the north, 9,000 vehicles per day. On the south of MLK, 10,900 vehicles per day. I'm sorry. So, and then Martin Luther King running east-west is 20,400 vehicles per day. Zoning is a really big directive on this one. To the north is CG and CN. I have the two sites in purple. TECO owns to the north, but critically, PD 21-0192 was approved, which carried intensive uses, 54,000 square feet of self-storage. It was approved unanimously by the Board of County Commissioners. So the subjects on the parcel today are the purple on the right. To the north part of the PD across the street is a 3-story self-storage. To the south part is a partially open, has a roof structure, as I understand it, of a boat vehicle storage. So this is existing directly across the street, which was approved in February of 2022. I'm standing on the property to be rezoned. And looking to the south, this is directly across Kingsway. So you can see that zoning is intensive and contains the entire width of the properties under review tonight. This is the southern part of the project parcel. I'm showing this for a reason, which I'll show you in a minute, which includes the structure as well. The site has many decade history of intensive activity. It served as the Seffner Mango Volunteer Fire Department from what, as best we could tell, from the 1950s until the County Commission moved the headquarters, and then it served as the offices for Mr. Gonzalez's and his family's real estate and development, which they're pretty active throughout Seffner and beyond. So the southern part served as the firehouse and still exists as the office. And this is just put in the record as the data transfer from the fire department to NRG Investments, which is Mr. Gonzalez. And this is some of the prior photos. You can see the activity of the site, which is under review today. So again, test of time of the activity of the fire station, and then following up the office use in the site. So looking at the Planning Commission points, the Planning Commission notes that the subject site is located next to single-family dwelling units to the east. I presented to you that the Development Services notes the 60 to 70-foot width between the two, and the approximate setback would be 90 to 100 feet, which addresses the concerns of the Planning Commission in our opinion. Also, Planning Commission notes that established and planned neighborhoods and communities shall be protected by implementing by buffering and screening techniques, which clearly we're doing and which the Development Services Department recognizes. To the south, I have is a 65-foot more or less street separation between the uses as well. Planning Commission also notes that the site's characterized by residential development. Requests would not allow for development that recognizes the existing development pattern, is therefore inconsistent. But clearly, very recently, Board of County Commissioners approved a very intensive use, exterior storage, which is a CI zoning use directly across the street. That covers the entire length across the street of the sites under review. Planning Commission notes that allow for uses that are too intense when considering the existing uses located between the subject site and qualifying intersection node. Clearly, again, there's a record of significant intensity approved by recent zoning, and Planning Commission notes uses should be transitioning into less intense uses, moving away from the intersection, which, again, was addressed and approved by the Board of County Commissioners directly across the street. We are also well within locational criteria. As I have it measured out, the location criteria well covers the site or both parcels along South Kingsway Road. We do have support of two owners adjacent or somewhat adjacent. No opposition to these two owners. I will disclose that these are family members of some nature of the Gonzalez family, but again, no opposition at those two parcels. So in summary, Development Services supports transportation has no objection, meets locational criteria. We've included significant restrictions. Buffering far exceeds code requirements. Recent BOC action addresses, in our opinion, the Planning Commission issues. We have the test of time of the site and support from the neighbors.
I just had a quick question about the right-of-way for Florida Avenue and Girard, which, as I read the staff report, Girard runs east-west between the two parcels. It's right-of-way, correct? It's not paved.
It's unimproved right-of-way, yes.
It's unimproved right-of-way for both Florida and Girard, is that
yes,
correct?
As you can see from the aerial, yes.
And you have no intent to vacate that right-of-way. That will stay?
That would stay. We would. I think it's pretty obvious that between the two parcels, we would look to vacate that if we're successful.
You would?
Yeah, just a little space between the two.
I see, but Florida Avenue would not. That
No,
would remain?
we have no intent for that whatsoever.
Okay, that was my only question.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Richard, did you want to make a quick comment? Let me just put that on the screen.
Richard Gonzalez, 612 Chastain Road, Seffner, Florida, 33584. Thank you for your consideration. We did get the approval of the two east?
Yeah, these two to the east.
East. And I did talk to the other two property owners. The bigger one, I went twice and couldn't get the owner to call me back, but the people that live there had no objection. I was trying to get
You're
hold of
talking
them.
about the parcels over to the east?
Yeah, the one that's near the railroad track.
I see.
Yes, ma'am.
The larger, on the area, the larger folio on the north.
All right.
Yep.
But we tried to engage just about everybody out there, so.
All right. Thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. If you could both sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. In front of you, Standard Rezone 23-0932. The request is for properties zoned RSC 6 of approximately 1.04 acres and RSC 4, 0.5 acres, accumulatively 1.54 acres to CG with restrictions. The site is just south of Martin Luther King and east on the east side of North Kings Way Road in Steffner. The surrounding properties, it's a mixture of uses of commercial, general type uses, and single-family residential. The site does meet locational criteria. However, the Planning Commission staff found the request inconsistent due to other compatibility concerns. To address lot size, transition, and compatibility concerns, the applicant has proposed that the following uses be prohibited on the site: motor vehicle repair, freestanding fast food restaurants with a drive-through, and convenience store with gas sales. Additionally, to address transportation staff review concerns, the applicant has offered the following: parcels 6418 6.000 and 641-68000, full year numbers, will be restricted to direct vehicular access to Gerald Avenue or one singular vehicle access connection to Kingsway Road in event that Gerald Avenue is vacated. Staff further notes that the parcel is separated from the adjacent residential uses by Florida Avenue to the east and Henderson Avenue to the south. The right-of-way varies from approximately 60 to 70 feet in width, with the required 30-foot minimum setback. Structures will be set back approximately 9 to 100 feet from those lots at a minimum. Based on the considerations and restriction proposed above, staff finds that the request is approvable, and I'm available for any questions.
None at this time, but thank you.
Okay.
Planning Commission.
Carlianos with Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the urban service area, and it's within the limits of the Seffner-Mingo Community Plan. The site is designated residential 4 on the future land use map and can be considered up to 4 dwelling units an acre, or 0.25 floor area ratio, or 175,000 square feet, whichever is less intense. The intent of the Res 4 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. In addition, suburban scale, neighborhood, commercial, office, multipurpose projects are subject to locational criteria. Typical uses of the Res 4 include residential, and they need to make sure that they are compatible with the surrounding area. Res 4 surrounds the subject site on all sides. Residential 6 is located further northwest of the site, public, quasi-public, located further east of the subject site. Now, the property is comprised of 2 parcels. The northern parcel is currently vacant, and the southern parcel contains light industrial uses. Single-family uses are located east, south, and southwest of the site. According to Hillsborough County property appraiser, light industrial use located west of the subject site is doing business as a safeguard self-storage facility. Now, that the rezoning case number for that self-storage facility is 20-118. That was approved in 2020 for a mini storage. Then the same property over to the west came in under 21-1092, and that was a request for RV and boat storage. That was found inconsistent by the Planning Commission. So overall, now the light industrial use located to the subject site, again, is doing, as a self-storage facility, which is more compatible in comparison to the proposed uses that could be more restrictive or incompatible with the surrounding uses, as well as specifically as proposed under this application. Further north, there are public, institutional, light commercial, and vacant uses that are interspread through South Kingsway Road, and the area surrounding the subject site is mostly residential in nature. Now, Planning Commission staff reviewed it for consistency with several policies. Policy 1.4, in terms of compatibility, refers to the sensitivity of the surrounding development. If you look at the existing land use surrounding that subject site, it is mostly single family. Again, there is one property over to that west side that is designated as some type of light industrial use. However, when you consider that particular use, it is low in traffic. It's a low traffic generator. There's it's light industrial for a mini self-storage. So it's quite different than having any type of commercial general use. Now, in October 2nd, The applicant did submit a list of restricted uses such as that motor vehicle repair, freestanding, et cetera, as Isis had mentioned. Although Planning Commission staff is supportive of those restrictions, however, the remaining CG uses and their intensities are quite significant, and they propose compatibility concerns for with the surrounding residential. Now, non-residential uses have to meet locational criteria. So although the subject site does meet it, the proposed rezoning, again, doesn't meet the overall intent of the Res 4 future land use category. Furthermore, according to the Sefner Mango Community Plan, which seeks to enhance the community character and ensure quality residential, non-residential development. One of the strategies under Goal 2 is to discourage commercial encroachment into residential areas between US 92 Martin Luther King Boulevard and south of Martin Luther King Boulevard. The subject site is in the residential area located south of Martin Luther King Boulevard. The range of CG uses, again, is too intensive for the area, and it directly conflicts with the Sefner Mango Community Plan. Furthermore, just so we have it on the record, the commercial locational criteria establishes a 900-foot distance from the qualifying intersection node, which is South Kingsway and Martin Luther King Boulevard. So again, they do meet that CLC, however, it is incompatible with the surrounding residential development. Let's see here. Furthermore, the proposed rezoning would allow for commercial uses that are too intense for the outer portion of the qualifying node, especially given that the vacant uses located closer to the intersection. Now, the restrictions proposed by the applicant will still allow for uses that are too intense when considering existing uses located between the subject site and the qualifying intersection node. That being said, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Nothing at this time, but thank you. Anyone that would like to speak in support? Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I'll just keep it very short. Again, we reached out to neighbors, those adjacent, and we're glad no one's here. I think that speaks well to the compatibility and consistency elements and the long-term nature that the site has been there. Thank you. We appreciate your consideration.
Appreciate that. All right, with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0932 and go to the next case.
Our next item is D1, application major mod 23-0281. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 04-1681. Sam Ball with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Evelyn. I'm a principal with VHB in the Tampa office located at 501 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 1010, Tampa, Florida 33602. Do you have the PowerPoint, plug in?
The gentleman back there should be able to help you. He's looking for a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I've given him the.
You gave it to him.
Yeah, I gave it to him. I'm the authorized representative for Southeastern Freight Lines, LLC, the owner, applicant for the major mod 23-0281. Yeah. property totals 44.13 acres, is located on Mango Road in Thonotosassa, is a zone plan development. The owner applicant is seeking to add 9,800 gross square foot to the existing 76,366 square foot warehouse office facility. The proposed use will accommodate existing truck deliveries that need to be retained on property for a specific appointment schedule. The proposed use will accommodate the proposal is consistent with Comprehensive Plan OC 20 R1 categories, and staff is recommending approval subject to conditions and a design exception for Mango Road, County Road 579, which is a substandard facility. As part of the approved design exception, the owner applicant will be modifying the existing northern entrance by installing a concrete traffic separator in the stripe median that eliminates southbound turn movements onto Mango Road. And I have a couple of street view images for that, showing the existing entries. We've had one neighbor contact us during the process seeking additional information on the proposal. We've responded to Mr. Reese Tripp in voicemail explaining the proposal, and we have not heard back from him. Thank you for your consideration. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I just had one question for my own information. What does appointment warehouse purposes mean?
Well, they have, it's an existing trucking facility where they store, cargo and boxes and everything. This is, so they try to set appointments for their, some of their pickups now that there's daily pickups like Amazon. And sometimes they can't get them out the door quick enough, so they need an area to store them while the appointments come in.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
sure.
If you could please sign in with the clerk's
Okay,
office.
thank you.
Development Services.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sam Ball with Development Services. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 04-1681 to add 5 truck bays and 9,800 square feet of warehouse space to be used for the appointment warehouse purpose. The property is located at the southeast corner of County Road 579 and North US Highway 301 intersection in Thonotosassa Community Plan area. Development and land uses in the immediate vicinity include mobile home and RV parks, warehousing, open storage, single-family residential, and vacant land. The abutting properties to the north are zoned PD and ASC1 and include one currently undeveloped stormwater site and one properties is used for open storage. To the south, the subject property abuts Florence Avenue right-of-way, and the properties to the south and southwest of Florence Avenue are zoned PD and are developed for RV and mobile home park use. The property to the east is zoned commercial intensive and is developed for warehouse use. Properties opposite Mango Road to the west are zoned commercial intensive and include one property developed for flex warehouse space and another property that is undeveloped. The single-family properties in the general vicinity include a residential subdivision located approximately 275 feet to the west of the subject property and along the western boundary of US 301. A single-family neighborhood is also located approximately 120 feet from the southeast corner of the subject property. If major modification 23-281 is approved, the modification would allow an increase to the maximum warehouse space from 52,732 square feet to 62,532 square feet, increase the maximum number of truck bays from 180 to 185, and increase the overall gross floor area from 76,366 to 86,166 square feet, which would result in an FAR of 0.04. Based on the adjacent zonings and uses identified in this report and relative scale of the proposed addition, staff finds proposed modification compatible with the existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area and recommends approval subject to conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Carly Anos with Planning Commission staff. The site is in the rural area and within the limits of the Tono-Totasa Community Plan. Most of the subject site, which is 44.11 acres, has a future land use designation of Office Commercial 20, which allows for 20 dwelling units per the acre or a floor area ratio of 0.75. Now, typical uses in the OC20 include commercial type uses, office, mixed-use developments, and compatible residential. The remainder of the site, 0.23 acres, has a future land use designation of residential 1, which allows consideration up to 1 dwelling unit per the gross acre and a maximum floor area ratio of 0.25. Now, the subject site is surrounded by the OC20 future land use to the north, east, and west. A portion of that parcel immediately north is designated as light industrial. Res 1 and Res 6 are located to the south. Surrounding the uses include light and heavy industrial to the north and east. Public utilities are located to the northeast, and mobile homes and single-family residential dwellings are located to the south. Now, Planning Commission staff reviewed it for consistency with the rural area policies. The rural area is intended for long-term agricultural uses, large lot, low-density rural residential uses, which can't exist without the threat of urban and suburban encroachment. However, the proposed addition to the existing warehouse is compatible with the existing area or the character of the development area, as it's developed more with light and heavy industrial uses to the north, east, and west. So the proposed 9,800 square foot addition brings total square footage up to 86,188 square feet, which is consistent. Now, the Office Commercial 20 can be considered for 0.35 floor area ratio for uses that are not retail. The proposal is well within the allowable FAR, so they're coming in at 0.042. Therefore, the proposal is actually consistent with the Objective 8 and Policy 8.1, which discusses the and character of each land use category. Now, the proposed major modification is also consistent with Objective 16, Policy 16.1, 16.2, 60.3, and 16.5, which is the need to protect existing neighborhoods. The proposed site plan includes a 10-foot high architectural finished wall. It also has a 437-foot setback on the southern boundary, which is the closest to the residential uses. And a stormwater pond exists on the southern side of the subject site, which also helps with mitigation and buffering. Now, with that said, the proposed major modification does meet the intent of the Tono-Totasa Community Plan, Goals 1 and 4. Goal 1 empowers residents and property owners and business owners in the area to providing ongoing management and growth and development for the community, as well as Goal 4 outlines the desire to provide commerce and jobs of regional importance for the surrounding area. So Southeastern Freight Lines is an existing business that is already part of that community and is located in an area which has similar uses. So Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed major modification is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, and I will be glad to answer anything you have.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, is there anyone that would like to speak in support, either in the room or online? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich?
Nothing further, ma'am.
Sir, you have the last word if you'd like it. Okay. Then with that, we'll close major modification 23-0281 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D2, major mod application 23-0407. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 87-0180. Chris Glenard with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. I have a flash drive PowerPoint presentation queued up on it. Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Nicole Neugebauer, and I'm a land use attorney at Stearns Weaver Miller in Tampa. My address is 401 East Jackson Street for the record. I'm here tonight on behalf of RBB Development Company to request a major modification to an existing planned development for 40 apartment units in Brandon. We have a package of materials ready for you to review. Ms. Batzel is going to go ahead and pass that out to the clerk. Thanks. So here with us tonight, we have the applicant, and we also have our engineers from Kimley Horn, and then Ms. Batzel and myself for legal representation. The property is approximately 7.67 acres located in Brandon. It's generally located north of Lumsden, east of Brandon Parkway, west of Kings Avenue, and south of State Road 60. It's located near multifamily, single family, and commercial developments. As you can see here on the property map, we do have a unique configuration. There are two non-contiguous parcels. This is about a 7.5 acre portion of a global 35 acre PD zoning property. The property today is currently vacant, although other portions within the PD are developed out with a self-storage facility and then scattered commercial out parcels located against Lumsden. To date, there have been about 100,000 square feet built on the existing PD, which is far less than allowed under the future land use category of the residential 12, which allows up to 12 dwelling units per acre or 0.5 FAR or 175,000 square feet, whichever is less. The property is also in the urban service area. As I previously mentioned, the property is part of a PUD. You can see the boundary outlined on the map here with the two parcels within it. The PD does allow for commercial, retail, restaurant, business, office, self-storage, and some single-family units that are on the eastern part of our parcels. So what we're proposing today is 40 multifamily units for a density of 5.22 dwelling units per acre. This is far less than the maximum permitted of 12 units per acre, and I've outlined the parcels in blue on the site plan. The maximum height is 2 stories or 35 feet. We are proposing 2 buildings within the building envelope highlighted in gray, and the project will be consistent with the land development code requirements for parking. And so something that's unique about this project is that the areas that are highlighted in green will not be developed as part of this project. We're actually only proposing the 40 multifamily units within the area that's highlighted in blue. The remainder of the property will either be a stormwater pond or will remain open space conservation area that is currently out there today. Parking, you might hear when you get to public comment on this item that they're concerned about parking because there is a trail that is nearby this project. Parking will be, as I mentioned, consistent with the county code for the 40 apartment units. We are not proposing any on-street parking on Paul's Drive, so the parking that's currently there for the trail will not be affected by this application. Moving forward to traffic, so this project, because the unit count is so low, the project will generate less than 50 peak hour trips. So under the Hillsborough County Development Review Procedures Manual, a traffic study is not required. Our traffic consultant did prepare an analysis and determined that it's projected to create 16 new AM peak hour trips and 20 new PM peak hour trips. Community engagement. After seeing that there was active community members who were interested in this application, we did hold a virtual community meeting on October 10th. Notice was sent to all the property owners who are required to receive notice under the code, and then all property owners who have submitted a letter into the record as of the day that the information was sent out on September 26th, if their email was included in their public comment. Moving forward to staff findings, development services staff recommends approval. They found that the modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties and keeping in with the general development pattern of the area. Planning Commission also found the project consistent. They found it compliant with multiple policies from the comprehensive plan, including this project is within the urban service area, is consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. They also found that they will support a waiver of the minimum density exemption because the project does propose a density that's less than 75% that's allowed. That is based on the current configuration of the area, and also because of the unique configuration of the site, we can't actually fit any more units on it at this time because of the parking requirements, and we did not want to ask for a parking waiver for this project. With that, County and Planning Commission staff have recommended approval, found the project consistent. This is an ideal infill development in an area that's designated for a mix of uses, including residential. We are not requesting any waivers, and the project generates such little traffic that a traffic study is not required. And I do have the property owner here who'd like to say a few words, if that's okay.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Brian Funk. Address is 2119 Northeast Coachman Road, Clearwater, Florida. We're long-term owners of the property, about 25 years. I think the apartment should be a very good fit for the area and beneficial for the safety and quality of the area, considering we've had issues with homelessness on the property that we've had to have the sheriff come out and get for. So I think overall it will be a benefit for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in as well with the clerk. All right, we'll go to Development Services.
Good evening. Chris Grellenard again, Development Services. Here to present application Major Mod 230407. The approximate 7.67 acre vacant parcel is currently zoned PD 87-0180. The site has two portions of land. One section is located in the general location of 180 feet east of the intersection of Brandon Parkway and Gulf Stream Circle. The second section is located in the general location of 600 feet northeast of the intersection of Brandon Parkway and Gulf Stream Circle. The applicant proposes a PD modification to allow for 40 multifamily residential dwelling units. The area consists of residential, institutional, and commercial uses. To the north, the subject parcel is adjacent to a conservation area. To the south, the subject parcel is adjacent to a bank, mini storage, and vacant land, zone PD. To the south, across West Lumsden Road, is a multifamily development, zoned PD. To the east, the subject parcel is adjacent to mini storage and a vacant land, also zoned PD. To the west, across Brandon Parkway, is a conservation area and a right-of-way, zone PD. Further west of the right-of-way is a multifamily development. Also further west of Lumsden Road is a single-family development. The subject property is designated residential 12 on the future land use map. Planning Commission finds the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The uses in the vicinity are similar to the request, residential. Both multifamily and single-family residential are concentrated in this section of the West Lumsden Road corridor. Therefore, the modification of PD 87-0180 to allow for 40 multifamily residential dwelling units would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the residential 12 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern of the proposed uses for the modified plan development district, staff finds the request approvable, subject to proposed conditions. That concludes my staff report. Glad to answer any questions you might have.
Not at this time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Planning Commission, please.
Carly Llanos with Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan, and it's within the urban service area. The property's future land use designation is residential 12, which can be considered for up to 12 dwelling units per the gross acre, or a maximum intensity of 0.50 floor area ratio. The rest 12 future land use categories intended for areas with medium residential density, urban scale neighborhood, commercial office, multi-purpose projects, mixed use developments. Typical Res 12 uses include non-residential uses which are subject to that locational criteria for the specific land use. Now, residential 12 future land use category extends east-west of the subject site. East is also residential 20. Community mixed use 12 is located north of the subject site, and residential 6 is located south. Now, to the south and west of the subject site is multifamily. In addition, west is vacant and right-of-way, and east and southwest of the site is single-family residential. In addition to the southern portion is a public institutional or group homes and light commercial. North of this site is a light commercial, public utilities, and public institutional and right-of-way land. Now, Planning Commission staff reviewed it for consistency with the objective 1 of the future land use element, which is for the urban service area, and this is where we want to see 80% of the population growth to occur. And We also reviewed it for consistency with policy 1.4, which outlines compatibility characteristics, and we found that the major modification is compatible with the existing residential, public, vacant, and commercial uses surrounding the site. In addition, the modification area of the total PD's 35 acres, there are approximately 11.85 acres of wetlands that cover an equivalent about to 33.9% of the subject site. So per policy 13.3, if wetlands are greater than 25%, then you have this modified calculation. So utilizing the multiplication factor of 1.25, the total amount of units that can be built on the site is 115. Now, the site does meet commercial locational criteria per policy 22.2. The closest qualifying intersection is the Brandon Parkway Lumsden Road, which is 75% of the site within the 1,000 square foot distance or linear square foot distance. The existing PD under 87-0180 was originally approved for 110,000 square feet of office and personal services and other commercial entitlements. Phase 1 also allows for mini warehouse up to a floor area maximum of 0.50. So as this request is only modifying a portion of that plan development for the purpose of this report, Planning Commission staff reviewed the intensity or density that permitted by the major modification, and it meets the criteria and compliance with policies 8.1, 8.2, 13.3, and 22.2. Now, major modification also is located within an urban general character district as outlined by the Brandon Community Plan. Now, this district includes mixed-use building types designed to accommodate retail and office dwellings, and including row houses and townhomes and other multifamily housing. The proposed development will include multifamily housing residential units, which meets the intent of that urban general character district of the Brandon Community Plan. Goal 6 also requires that the development propose wide sidewalks and building 2 to 5 stories in height be set close to the building setback line. The applicant is proposing 10-foot wide sidewalks along Paul's Drive, and a maximum building height of 2 stories. Now, the applicant placing that building close to the setback line does not allow for the county's parking requirements to be met. So just, per goal 1 of the plan, the project needs to be designed with 2 access points onto Paul's Drive and Brandon Parkway, with 1 proposed cross-access point to the south. Cross-access to the east is not feasible given the wetland conservation area and several stormwater ponds. Now, overall, Planning Commission staff finds that this proposed major modification be found consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone in the audience or in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right. I have 2 hands in the room. Is there anyone online to speak? All right. Seeing no one, if you all could please, both of you come forward. We'll give you, it's 15 minutes total, so that's 7.5 minutes apiece. Feel free to make it shorter if you would like. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Austin Zane. I live at 401 South Bryant Circle in Brandon, Florida. This morning, I just want to start off by saying this project cannot be approved because I live right around the corner from the Brandon Parkway, and I walk there every day with my dog. This morning, I walked there this morning because it was such a gorgeous day. People were all out. It was parking. I wish I could pull up a map of the location, but there's about 15 parking spots for the trail parkway, and then people park in the grass where they're proposing to put the apartments. So people kind of use both sides of Paul's Drive to park because it gets a little crowded and there's not enough space there. Also, people walk along the sides of the road on the parkway itself and also on Paul's Drive. And I've seen people almost get hit. I've almost been hit on that road many times. Just walking, and I even have to jump off the road. It's dangerous. The roads are getting very dangerous. And this is why I'm saying no. The project is located directly in front of the 15 parking spaces or so. There's a steady stream of families, walkers, bikers, dog walkers, rollerbladers, children, all kinds of people are coming up and down, walking and using that Brandon Parkway because it's our only trail that you could consider a nature trail in Brandon. Everything else has been either turned into like sports complexes or playgrounds. I mean, we have parks and things, but we don't have like a trail. And if this is built, it's gonna totally destroy the character of the trail. There's already hundreds of apartments going in just north of it on Paul's Drive, just right up the street. And when all of those apartments go in, it's gonna be traffic on Paul's Drive. And Paul's Drive is a dead end road. It goes right to the end of the road, and then there's the bank, and there's like a little driveway through the bank, and it's like the parking lot, and it's very narrow. And on the plan, they've proposed to put an additional driveway connecting the bank and the apartment complex. And if that happens, it's not compatible because the bank's driveway is private. It says private driveway, and it's specifically for customers of the bank, not for people to cut through and use as their driveway to get home. And I also want to add in that I go out there all the time. I've seen it after hurricanes. The whole area is basically a wetland. The sign for the hearing, for this hearing, was underwater after the last big rain we got. And I was like, there's no way that they can just fill this in with sand. I've seen bunnies, armadillos, bald eagles, field mice, like all sorts of creatures live out there, and they live in the trees. I've seen bats, and the bats live inside of the tree limbs. I had a limb fall out of my tree, and I was taking care of it because it was a big limb, and 2 little bats flew out, and I didn't even know that bats lived in tree limbs like that. So we're totally destroying the character and quality of the parkway with all of the apartments. There's apartments across from the parkway. There's apartments, like huge skyrise apartments that are just going up on Kings Avenue. There's the hundreds of apartments that are being built right now in the middle of the parkway. There's hundreds of apartments that are right across from the street on Paul's Drive where they are building the new apartments. So there's apartments everywhere. We don't need more apartments right here because the quality of the Brandon Parkway, which is our only natural trail that people can enjoy, is being encroached on by so much traffic and construction, and the wetlands are being impacted. The ducks and all the animals out there are being impacted. The people who walk there and enjoy the peace and quiet are impacted. I mean, it's right on the parkway, so there's cars zipping by all the time, and it's not the most peaceful, but it's the best that we have in Brandon. And with this happening, I just find that it's overall not a good plan. There will be nowhere for people to park because people will be coming in and out. It'll make the Paul's Drive very narrow and uncomfortable to go on. I go out there and I pick up trash all the time I get like a pickup stick and a bag because people just litter trash out the door and window while they're driving by, and it's only gonna get worse with the more people that live there, and then there's more dumpsters and things, so it's just gonna get trashed and busy. Recently, there were 2 projects approved on State Road 60, which Paul's Drive comes off of State Road 60, and people were in opposition to it, but they got passed because they were strongholded from the Live Local Act. The commissioners were strongholded that they had to approve it, or else the developers would go further than what they proposed and built even more apartments if they didn't get what they wanted. And so after that, 2 weeks later, a girl named Nicole got hit and killed on Highway 60, and Cassandra also was hit and killed on Highway 60, and another 72-year-old woman was hit and killed on Highway 60 in the month of September alone. And this is continuing and continuing because the traffic is getting out of hand. We're getting crammed in. We're getting overcrowded, too dense. It's too dense. There's too many cars, too many accidents. Our roads are the complete opposite of safe. And with so many people recklessly driving on the unsustainable roads that aren't, they're not fit for the kind of traffic that we're getting. And so it's just, I don't see it as something that can benefit the community. We already have apartments. The Brandon Parkway is beautiful as it is. There's already apartments going up now, and there's nothing we can do about it. And there's they're creating a whole new road to go through it. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 huge blocks that are all apartments, and then across on Kings there's skyrise apartments, so it's going in everywhere, and it's I just don't think it's a good idea. Like I said, the wetlands, it's all wildlife, and I don't know. Just wanted to, actually, I did want to use the last minute or so of my time for just like a moment of silence. The people that have been hit and struck and killed on Highway 60, Nicole, Cassandra, and the third woman, I do not know her name, but may they all rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Tori Wiley, 1111 English Bluffs Court, Brandon, Florida, 33511. And I did not know Austin was coming today, but I can second everything that he said. Let me just read what I wrote down. My husband and I, we have lived in Brandon for 5 years, and we have seen many buildings coming up. So first of all, we just wanted to say that we're disappointed in this project. We do understand that the landowner can do what he wants with his property. However, we would like to be a voice for concerned citizens that live in Brandon. There is a lot of traffic, continuous traffic day and night, so any apartment complex that comes up is just going to create more of that, just like he said. There is a lot of wildlife, like he said. It's destructive for the land, and it's hard for us that continuously come and go for a walk over in that area. It's very beautiful, lots of wildlife, and that's something that you need when you are stressed out and you've been to work all day. You need to go to a place to get some nature and peace and quiet. So that's what we do. I have a friend with me that's also has started a petition. We didn't know it was going to be turned in on Friday, but we have all the printed papers, so I can give that to you when I'm done. So I'll continue to read here. We have done the same thing as Austin. We've taken upon ourselves to pick up trash around the Parkway area to make it nice for everyone using it, or for wildlife's sake that have their lives right there. Adding more people means adding more traffic and trash and cars, exhaust, pollution, which also will clog the roads during emergencies, like for hurricane evacuation. The more people, more cars are going to be clogging the road. And also we're cutting down more trees and nature that provides us with oxygen. We started, yes, my petition is right here. We have about 400 or 500 people that signed that. And I just wanted to read some of the comments that people wrote under this petition. There are statements that says, this is wetlands, it should be left alone. Use existing apartment areas that are there already. New apartments may be overpriced and may stay empty anyway. We are overloaded with traffic already. Stop all the building in our area. Our infrastructure cannot handle it now as it is. Expand the capacity of our roads and highways before approving huge apartment developments. Stop ruining the land. It used to be beautiful here. Stop greed and erosion of our green space. We already have too many car accidents due to the overcrowding, et cetera, et cetera. So we will just ask that you please consider voices and opinions of those that this will affect negatively with all the extra traffic. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You can submit your documents to the clerk. All right. Seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich.
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right, then we'll go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Good evening.
Good evening. Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller on behalf of the applicant. Can I have the slides again, please? So one of the things that you heard from Mr. Zane and the other young women were impacts to wildlife. As many of us know that work in this area, wildlife is handled through state and federal permitting. We can't go and impact any kind of endangered species or any kind of protected species without the appropriate permits. And that all happens during the permitting process after a rezoning takes effect. With respect to wetlands, I want to address that first. There are only uplands on this site. There are 0 wetlands on this site, so there will be no impact to any wetlands as part of this particular approval. We do have a 1.3 acre stormwater pond. I know there were concerns about stormwater on site as part of this development approval. With respect to apartments, I think everyone recognizes that we're in an affordability crisis in Hillsborough County. That's the reason we see so much housing going up. But housing is the affordability is directly affected by supply and demand. And so this is an infill project near commercial development. This is exactly where our comprehensive plan says this type of density should occur. And so when developers look at the comprehensive plan, they look and they say, where do you direct us? And this is exactly that type of place. With respect to traffic, your staff report indicates that this generates 5,000 less trips than what is currently approved on the project today. Let me say that again, 5,000 plus less trips than what would be generated by what could be built today. We are also removing 83,000 feet of commercial development entitlements from this property for these 40 apartment units. Mr. Zane mentioned the threat of the Live Local Act. That is not a threat. That's the reality of the state statute that we live under today. And so I just wanted to put this comparator up for you. Right now, we are asking for 5-point-something units per acre. That's 40 units. If we were to develop under the Live Local Act, we could develop upwards of 268 units. There would be no affordable units today, but there would be 40% of those units, that's 108 units under the Live Local Act, that could be developed as affordable housing units. We are only asking for 2 stories. We could go up to the highest, tallest structure with a commercial or residential development within 1 mile of the site, which far exceeds 2 stories. And there would be over 100 AM and PM peak hour trips as opposed to 16 and 20 peak hour trips with the proposal that we have today. I also want to mention, I wasn't going to show this slide, but he mentioned that people were parking on the grass. Well, that grass is actually Mr. Funk's private property. And one of the things that your comprehensive plan says must be considered in any application is the private property rights of the landowner. The county has to consider their right to physically possess and control the interest in their property. You must consider the right of a property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve that property. And again, we rely on a comprehensive plan as a decision-making tool. You guide us there, and that's what we've done with this property. It's an appropriate development with respect to infill. You have staff support, you have planning commission support, and we hope that we will also have your support, Madam Zoning Hearing Master.
Before you leave, Ms. Batzel, I have
Yes.
one question regarding the decrease, the 5,000 vehicular trips that are decreased by this change in use. Go over again for me what is currently permitted on that property.
Sure. Nicole actually is going to do that because she knows all the details.
All right, thank you so much.
Good evening, Nicole Neugebauer again for the record. So today on the property, it's a very unique configuration because they have allocated entitlements based on phase, not based on the parcels within the PD. And my understanding from the county is that they do not process PDs like this anymore because it kind of creates difficulty when you've got multiple property owners pulling from a bucket of entitlements. So this property is part of phase 1. Today, phase 1 is approved for 90,000 square feet, specifically 75,000 square feet of CN, and then 15,000 square feet of office or professional uses, or they can develop mini warehouse at a 0.5 FAR. Today, there's approximately a little over, about 90,000 square feet developed in phase 1. Part of that is from mini storehouse, mini warehouse. Part of it is from a bank that's on the corner parcel that's about 6,000 square feet. Phase 2 is the property that's just to the east of us, still within the same PD, but it's just to the east of our property. Phase 2 is allowed with scattered commercial along the Lumsden Road corridor, about 20,000 square feet of that, and then 20 single-family attached units could go on there. It has not been built out. A lot of the Phase 2 property and a portion of the Phase 1 property is within the wetland, so that area will never be developed. So today you're really looking at a property that's the last, other than the 20 single-family units that go on phase 2, this is really the last development that's available within this PD because of the proportion of wetlands that are on the property.
And that results in the loss of approximately 80,000 square feet of entitlements.
Right, so when you do all the math and calculations, and I worked extensively with Planning Commission and Hillsborough County staff to walk through kind of how this would work because of this unique situation with the PD. If you developed up to the maximum allowed in the comprehensive plan of the 175,000 square feet or 0.5 FAR, based on what's built today, the net is about 80,000 square feet, and so we would be taking that away and instead building the 40 units on our 7.5 acre parcel.
Understood. Thank you so much. Does that conclude the rebuttal testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Then
you.
with that, we'll close major modification 23-0407 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D4, Major Mod Application 23-0520. The applicant is requesting a major modification to Plan Development 18-0638. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. Representing the applicant in this case is Lutz Preparatory, which is a private charter school. And I'm going to keep my comments very brief. I know you're always very thoroughly prepared, and staff does a great job with their presentation, so I don't want to duplicate the information they're going to be conveying. Subject property is located in Lutz. It's on US 41. It's south of Sunset Lane, and you can see in the right-hand picture there is an existing developed charter school that is in operation currently. The request is relatively minor in terms of its impacts, external impacts. We are just asking to provide greater flexibility between the school enrollees and the child care enrollees, but keeping the maximum number of students the same. It just allows the school the ability to fluctuate between the two uses as market conditions provide. We are also asking for the recognition of the ability to use portable classroom structures. They are currently using them, but it wasn't recognized in the PD, so we thought we'd go ahead and clean that up as part of this. And then the one issue that is made the Planning Commission find this request inconsistent is we are asking permission to connect to public water and sewer upon expansion of the school facility. So when the school expands as proposed, is contemplated by the PD, but not currently planned as part of their development plans, it will require an they will exceed the capacity of their existing wastewater system, and they would like to be able to connect to county water and sewer. With respect to that, there is a letter in the file from EPC and one from the Department of Health, both in support of the expansion. Both of them find that given the environmentally sensitive nature of this area and the wellhead protection area, that it would be preferable that rather than try to expand a privately owned sewer system, that we would connect to public water and sewer. Also, potable water connection is already permitted. There was actually one approved in 2020 that's now expired. That is also in the record. It's because there is a connection line right at the property, and that is permitted by the Land Development Code today. And the closest wastewater connection is actually within the rural service area. So rather than policy 3.4.31 that's relied on by the Planning Commission talking about an extension of wastewater into the rural service area, this is actually under policy 4.3.2, which is connecting to existing systems within the rural area, so long as connections don't foster a development pattern that's in conflict with other plan policies. And I think that that's what you find here, is that the development pattern is for schools. Schools are allowed in all of the comprehensive plan categories, and we already have the development pattern along US 41. The other thing I want to point out, Lutz Prep is a charter school, and everyone acknowledges, or everyone on staff had acknowledged, that public schools and charter schools are essentially the same, but there's express policy language in the comprehensive plan talking about public schools. I think everyone sort of understood that maybe that's an imperfection in the way the policy is drafted. But in any event, we are of the opinion that Florida statutes actually prohibits any regulatory requirement that is more burdensome on a charter school than a public school. We didn't have to reach that issue with Development Services. Based on the EPC letter and the Department of Health letter, they were actually able to support based on those. And just to show you, and this is not clear on this screen, but I placed it into the record, this is basically where we would propose to connect. The water line is across US 41, and then you can see the connection across US 41 into an existing wastewater system.
Approximately how far is that?
John, even I need to phone a friend. John, if you could come up, please. This is our civil engineer on the case.
Okay.
I need to state my information again. John Evelyn, with, principal with VHB. My address too?
Sure.
Okay. It's 501 East Kennedy, Suite 1010, Tampa, Florida 33602. It's about approximately 4,600 feet from the school.
So a little less than a mile.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And with that, we're here to answer any questions you have. As you, Mr. Evelyn is here for civil engineer, and then Michael Yates is here for transportation should you have any questions. But otherwise, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. I have read the letters, and I have read the policy that the Planning Commission is pointing to, and I did. That was going to be, it will be one of my questions. The staff report seems to point only to that health hazard provision, whereas 2 down, it talks about school facilities, albeit public school facilities. And so that will be my question to the Planning
And I
Commission.
do think that that was part of the discussion, and there was some, I think, concerns. Development Services had concerns about relying on that policy, and both sides were, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but everyone seemed to think that this was a good idea. We're just trying to figure out how to deal with plan language and LDC language and try to find a way to support it.
Right, understood. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. Here for a major modification 23-0520. The subject property is currently developed with the school. It's located on the west side of North US 41. Existing land uses within the area include a mix of uses, ASC 1, located to the east and south. The property is bounded by Lakeside Drive to the south and North US Highway 41 to the west. The applicant is proposing a change as follows. The current PD allows up to 119,336 square feet of charter school uses with a maximum of 982 students in grades pre-K through 8 and up to 5,664 square feet of childcare uses with a maximum enrollment of 120 students. There is no change in the total number of students. The applicant's just proposing to change the student mix between childcare and the K through 8 school. The applicant is not requesting any variations to the Land Development Code, Part 6.06.06. And the applicant also does not propose any changes to the previously approved site plan other than related to the proposed new building area and to change the breakdown of the child care and the grades kindergarten through grade 8s. The subject property regarding the connection to water or wastewater in the rural area, the subject property is in the rural area and the applicant is requesting to be permitted to connect to public wastewater in accordance with comprehensive policy 4.3.1.b, which allows for extensions to address a public health hazard documented by the health department or other regulatory agency. In support of the applicant's request, the applicant has submitted communications from the Health Department and the EPC confirming that the amount of wastewater flow would require construction of a wastewater treatment facility and effluent disposal system under the regulation of the EPC. EPC has offered no objection to the connection and is supportive of the school connecting to the public wastewater to eliminate any negative environmental impacts and odor issues in association with the operation of the on-site WWTP, which is the effluent disposal system. Since the subject policy speaks to the documentation of a public health house, the Planning Commission has found the comments submitted by the Health Department and EPC insufficient for a finding of consistency with the subject policy. Development Service staff notes that the land development regulations addressing allowance for connections in the rural area, section 4.02.02.c, are broader than the subject policy in terms of the situations under which expansion can be permitted, as it allows for considerations of documented health or environmental situations, but it also limits the consideration to existing development. Therefore, EPC comments addresses a qualifying environmental situation per the LDC regulations, which are technically not applicable to the subject request since it is for new additional development. Notwithstanding, given the conflicting scenarios under which the extensions of utilities can be considered, staff is supportive of the request to the extension of the wastewater facilities. Staff also notes that anyway, based upon the above, staff finds the request approvable, and that concludes staff's presentation, unless you have questions.
I just have one question. I think you were about to go there, and that is the possible change in that policy that was mentioned in your staff report. Understanding that that's not subject to this review, but just for my own information, what is that change?
You did read my mind. I was going to go there and I didn't. So staff does note that there is a subject comprehensive plan policy is being proposed to be updated to better align the policy with the land development code in terms of environmental protection scenarios under which the extension could be considered.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Carly Yanos for the record. I would like to submit a request to correct the staff report on page 1 and page 2, the last bullet, page 5, the first paragraph of the staff analysis, to reflect a more accurate statement in terms of what the applicant is requesting. Indeed, it's not increasing the overall student ratio, it's just acknowledging what they're currently approved for, and to kind of modify, I guess, the K through 8 classroom quantity and whatnot. So just note. All right, so the subject site is located in the rural area and within the limits of the Lutz Community Plan. The subject property is located within the neighborhood mixed use 4, future land use designation, and the residential 1. The NMU 4 future land use category can be considered up to 4 dwelling units per the gross acre. Suburban scale and neighborhood commercial is limited to 110,000 square feet or 0.25 floor area ratio, whichever is less. The actual square footage is actually dependent on the roadway classification. Now, the intent of the NMU4 is to provide for areas of urban and suburban intensity and density. Typical uses include residential, suburban scale, neighborhood commercial, etc. Residential 1, future land use category, allows 1 dwelling unit per the gross acre or 0.25 floor area ratio, and it's intended to designate areas for rural residential uses compatible with short-term agricultural uses. The immediate area surrounding a subject site consists of NMU4 on each side of US Highway 41 and residential 1 abutting the NMU4. The subject site is split between the 2 future land use categories, so the western portion is designated as NMU4 and the eastern portion is Res 1. Now, the site currently serves as the location of Lutz Preparatory School. Single-family residential uses surround the subject site to the northeast, east, and southeast and south. Also, to the east are vacant uses, and to the north are some public, quasi-public institutional uses. Now, Planning Commission staff did review for consistency with the comprehensive plan policies, and we find that policy 4.1 characterizes the rural area as low-density, large lot residential uses for long-term agricultural uses. The major modification would allow for development that is aligned with this policy, and it would be considered a low-intensity residential support use. Now, the applicant, as they had stated, they're looking to revise the combination of K through 8 students, et cetera, in their original PD approval. Now, in accordance with the actual narrative submitted on September 19, 2023, now the Planning Commission staff doesn't have an issue with the current request it is. Now, the major issue that we're all coming, I guess, to a consensus on is the One Water policies. So based on the One Water policies, the language, the way it states here on policy 4.3.1, it says that, public potable water, wastewater lines shall not be permitted to be extended into the rural area unless this extension occurs too. And they give you several bullet points, but the two main ones that we're always referencing is probably C and D. C is an address for a public health hazard documented by the health department or other regulatory agency. Now, D talks about providing the extension of centralized water or potable water or wastewater infrastructure to serve Hillsborough County Public Schools, operated by Hillsborough County School Board, so as long as the service lines are designed to accommodate solely the service demands of the school, and consistent with an interlocal agreement for school facilities planning, siting, and school concurrency. That's taken directly from the One Water element of the comprehensive plan. Now, when Planning Commission staff was reviewing it, I mean, typically we look at residential support uses as a good thing within residential areas in any area in the county. However, in this circumstance, because this is in the rural area and we are pending a text amendment currently, so Tim is right, we are pending a text amendment to the One Water chapter, which just was submitted, I believe, in October cycle, so it will not be effective potentially maybe until March of next year. It's still in the works. But essentially, there are letters from both the health department and the other regulatory agency, which is the EPC, on file with part of the record. But the letter from the EPC indicates that EPC has no objection to the connection to the public wastewater, and that such a connection would address potential negative environmental impacts. It doesn't specifically address that health hazard. Now, however, it doesn't specify that it was, the public health hazard would be addressed, but there's another letter from the DOJ outlining requirements for the expansion that would not be permitted through an on-site sewage treatment. I think overall, we needed to have probably a meeting at some point in time to get the other regulatory agencies on board with the specific language that we're looking for to help support a request of such. However, we are kind of out of time and we're in a hearing. So with that said, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
All right. I've read that, and do you have an opinion on Ms. Corbett's testimony that not 4.31 of One Water, but 4.32 that talks about consideration of extensions of water lines and wastewater lines in the rural service area? Did the Planning Commission evaluate that policy?
Yes, Planning Commission did evaluate that policy. However, when we gathered a consensus with the team, including our division director and everyone else, we basically decided that that is not the way historically we have interpreted that. So in this case, it would fall under 4.3.1, not 4.3.2. That's
all right.
A handful to say.
And not, yes, that's right. And not consideration under 4.3.1 for the school exemption, the school allowance to allow them to extend those lines.
Yes, unfortunately, because it says public schools, and that's some of the criteria that we're working on fixing, hopefully in the October new text that we're proposing.
Understood. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett, you have the last word.
Cami Corbett again for the record. I just wanted, since you asked the question about the pending policy, had a lot of discussion with Janet Wharton of EPC throughout this application process, and she indicated to me that when One Water was originally adopted, EPC had a series of policy considerations that they were wanting the Planning Commission to consider relating to environmental concerns of connections to wastewater, primarily water and wastewater, but primarily wastewater, and wanting to add some additional environmental protections. Those didn't make the cut. When they brought the plan forward, they told Ms. Lorton if they would come back to them and get back to them, and that's what they've been working on, and they have been filed in the October cycle. And as their letter indicates, this is a much better environmental situation if we're allowed to connect. And the reason why EPC and DOH weren't able to modify their letters to talk about a health hazard is because there's not a health hazard there right now. And it's really not that the system isn't functioning, right? It functions, it serves the school. It's that when the school expands, it would be beneficial for everyone to have that expansion connected to wastewater. And so with that, that concludes my presentation.
All right, understood. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then with that, we'll close major modification 23-0520 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D5, PD 23-0610. This is a rezoning request to plan development from RSC2. Chris Graylenard with Development Services will provide staff findings. And I did want to note for the audience that this has an associated comprehensive plan amendment tied to it that will be heard at the BOCC CPA hearing, which is on December 14th, 2023 at 6 p.m.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. I have some paper slides I'll use. All right. Good evening. Colin Rice at the law firm of Older Lundy, 1000 West Cass Street, Tampa, Florida, here on behalf of the property owners and applicants, Petru and Lavinia Velosin. We're here this evening to request rezoning from R2 to planned development. To orient you, we are in southeast Hillsborough County in Lithia, south of Fishhawk Boulevard, west of Boyette, within the urban service area, South Shore Community Planning Area. The property also borders Fishhawk Ranch to the immediate west. Zooming in, you can see the properties to the north and west and southwest are part of Fishhawk Ranch. To the immediate east is all owned by Tampa Electric and is used primarily for buffering of raised transmission lines which run diagonal to the site. The clearing here is about 100 feet across for perspective. Along the northern boundary of the subject property, we have another 400 or so feet of buffering to these transmission lines. So this demonstrates that we have a little bit higher density here to the west and lower density to the east with a natural utility transmission service buffer. So here are two photos of the site. On the left is facing north from Dorman Road, and on the right is the aforementioned TECO transmission corridor. So again, our request here is to go from Res 2 to plan development to accommodate 10 units. Currently, the future land use is residential 2, but as Ms. Yanis had referenced, we do have a companion comprehensive plan amendment application, and that is 23-10. And so the timing will work such that this BOCC hearing runs concurrent with that one. So I want to talk a little bit about policy 1.2 in the comprehensive plan, which requires properties within the urban service area to develop at least 75% of the allowable density. We're just short of that, and I'll give some context for why. We're at just about 4 acres here, and so with the comp plan amendment and this rezoning, it would yield a potential maximum of 16, 75% of that being 12. We're seeking 10. So we're a little bit lower. Want to share some reasons why that is the case. It is more consistent with the development patterns to the west. They typically are more of that lot size, and higher development is a little bit more challenging for a couple of reasons. We held a neighborhood meeting connected with the comprehensive plan amendment. There was a little bit of concern about too much density going onto this site, so we tried to stay cognizant of that. Secondarily, there are a number of infrastructure-related needs on this 4 acres that take up a considerable amount of land. We have stormwater retention, the turnaround, the stub-out required, buffering, setbacks. All of that takes land, and so we think that 10 is really an appropriate number And we're grateful that Planning Commission has agreed with our justification, so they're supportive on this point. On that note, we are happy to report consistent findings across the board. Planning Commission voted to recommend approval unanimously for the comprehensive plan amendment in July. Development Services finds the request supportable with conditions, which we have no issue with. And again, Planning Commission, we're grateful for their support in the staff report as well. No objections from EPC, Environmental Services, Transportation, Water, or any other reviewing agency. And again, we held that neighborhood meeting, got some feedback, which was productive to this site plan taking shape. There was a letter in the record from the community to the south expressing some traffic concerns. I do want to point out a couple of items on that point. Initially, we had submitted for a design exception for driveway spacing between our site and the TICO property. This was withdrawn at the direction of the county. So, you know, on the record, currently we're seeking no transportation-related relief. The site is currently entitled for 8 units. We're requesting an increase of 2 more. So it is a very small increase in trip generation. 2 a.m. and 2 p.m. peak hour trip increases at maximum. So in all, we really feel this is an appropriate balance of all factors. We're grateful for staff, both from Planning Commission and the county, for their feedback and as this has evolved, and we're proud of the plan that we've put together. So with that, I'll conclude. Respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
None at this time, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services, please.
Good evening. Chris Growlinar, Development Services. We're to present PD 23-0610. The applicant seeks to rezone a parcel from RSC2 to PD to allow for 10 single-family residences. The approximate 4.2-acre vacant parcel is currently zoned RSC2, residential single-family conventional. The subject property is located at 17438 Dorman Road. The area consists of single-family residential. To the north of the subject property is adjacent to a stormwater pond and a single-family residential zone PD. To the south across Dorman Road is a single-family residential and a right-of-way zone PD. To the east, the subject property is adjacent to a TICO easement zoned AR. To the west, the subject parcel is adjacent to a single-family residential and a common area zone PD. The subject property is designated residential 2 on the future land use map. The Planning Commission found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. A concurrent comprehensive plan amendment, HCCPA 23-10, requesting the future land use designation change from residential 12 to residential 4 is also proposed, and the request is subject to approval of the comprehensive plan amendment. The surrounding uses are similar to the request, single-family residential. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from RSC2 to PD with 10 single-family detached residential dwelling units would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the proposed residential 4 future land use classification approval, the subject zoning and the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the planned development district, staff finds the request approvable, subject to proposed conditions and approval of the comp plan amendment. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Not at this time, but
Thank you.
Planning Commission, please.
Carlianos with Planning Commission staff. The property is located within the urban service area and is located within the limits of the South Shore Area Wide Systems Plan. The applicant is correct, and so is Michelle Heinrich. This is subject to a concurrent with a comprehensive plan amendment under 23-10, and it is going to the December 14th BOCC, so to be heard concurrently with. with the CPA. Now, the subject site has a future land use category residential 2. However, that pending comprehensive plan amendment is going to change it to residential 4. So for the purpose of the staff report, we reviewed it for consistency with the residential 4 future land use category and the surrounding uses. Now, the residential 4 category will allow you 4 dwelling units to the acre or 0.25 floor area ratio. Now, surrounding the site is to the northeast and west is Res 2 future land use category. Now, to the south, further northwest is the RP2 or the residential plan 2 category, which both categories allow about 2 dwelling units per the acre. However, the area seems to be developed with smaller lot sizes, most likely resembling like a higher density category. And this is potentially because you do have such a large community that had some type of clustered development options. Now, since this property has, frontage on Dorman Road, the applicant is absolutely right. The property abuts a large utility easement to the east, north, northeast, and east of the subject site are agricultural uses, vacant uses, and that large lot, single-family residential subdivision. It's located over to the west. Now, we reviewed it for consistency with policy 1.2. All new residential or mixed-use land use categories within the urban service area shall have a minimum density of 4 dwelling units to the acre or greater, unless some environmental features exist. Now, based on the site plan dated September 26, 2023, there are 10 single-family dwelling units proposed, which is about 62.5% of the minimum density reached. The applicant needs to reach 75%. However, they did provide a justification dated August 2nd, and in that justification, they did state that they're trying to make it comparable or compatible with the surrounding development pattern. And we did review, Planning Commission staff did review the surrounding development pattern and did find this request supportable for not meeting minimum density. Now, in addition, we looked at the intent of the neighborhood protection policies, FLU Objective 16 and its accompanying policies, and we find that the proposed request is residential in character and it's consistent with the surrounding development pattern. Now, the applicant does propose a 15-foot vegetative buffer along the frontage of Dorman Road, which is going to complement the pedestrian or the landscaping along Dorman Road, which is a continuous aesthetic view. Now, overall, the site plan does meet the intent of the future land use element and compatible with the surrounding uses. We also looked at the South Shore area-wide systems, and the proposed development is consistent with the cultural historic objective, as the community desires to encourage residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. So overall, Planning Commission staff finds that this proposed plan development be found consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, I appreciate it. No questions at this time. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, go back to the applicant. Nothing? Okay, thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0610 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D6, Major Mod Application 23-0614. The applicant is requesting a major modification to Plan Development 90-0029. Camille Crockta with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening again.
Good evening, Cami Corbett again with the law firm of Hill, Ward, Henderson. I am representing this evening Blue Sky Communities, which is a local Tampa-based affordable housing developer. If I could have the PowerPoint, that'd be great. This is a public-private partnership to provide affordable housing. This parcel was actually formerly owned by Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County issued an RFP in 2021 for surplus property to surplus it for the construction of new affordable housing. Recommendation of award was issued on January 7th of 2022, and the resolution approving the conveyance and approval of funding, a funding agreement was approved by the board in March of this year, and property was actually purchased in May, and we filed the rezoning in June. Subject property is located east of I-75, adjacent to the Brandon Mall, and it's just north of Town Center Boulevard. It's located within the urban center of Brandon. You have RMU 35 and UMU 20 in this location, and you can see the urban center designated on the Brandon Community Plan Character District. This is an existing IPD, kind of an unusual IPD, but one nonetheless. This is the existing site plan. Outlined in red is the parcel area, the proposed modification. And there's a land use summary comparison on the screen, and the highlights are what you're seeing changing. You're seeing a reduction in parcel A, which is owned by Hillsborough County, from 12.6 acres to 9.86 acres, and you're seeing a creation of a parcel D at 2.5 acres for the 77 units. We are utilizing an affordable housing density bonus up to 30 dwelling units an acre. The housing element actually allows up to 35, but that change occurred after the RFP and everyone was counting on the 77 units, so we just kept it at the 30 units to the acre. And we are asking to go to 4 stories. We're keeping the maximum height at 50 feet, but we are asking to go to 4 stories. And there's 4 stories all in the surrounding area. And so those are the highlighted changes on the land use change. And we really only reduced the commercials to make sure that we had a transportation neutral effect. And so we just reduced by the number of trips that were required by the 77 units, we reduced the corresponding commercial entitlements. We're, like I said, 77 multifamily units. They're all affordable, 39 designated at 50% of AMI, 38 designated for 80% of EMI and AMI, and 20 units are designated for special needs. We are asking for a setback waiver for the 2-to-1 on the north and west side. It's a de minimis waiver of about 10 feet. We're asking for a variation from the buffer to go from 10 feet in width to 5 feet in width. And again, given the location of the site, I don't think that has any negative impact on any surrounding properties. And we are asking for an alternative parking standard of 1.14 space per unit for a total of 88 units. The ITE trip generation manual has a range of parking requirements for affordable housing. We're sort of at the midpoint. A lot of affordable housing you'll see get developed at 0.9 spaces per acre, and so, per unit. But we worked extensively with staff to come up with a compromise on what the parking reduction would be here. And again, we have 20 units designated for special needs, and we will be providing van service, and you'll see that in the conditions of approval. And just again, in support of the justification of the waivers, the X is where the property is located. You can see, again, the mall to the west, the existing multifamily directly to the south, and then the drainage ponds to the north. And there's really no adverse impact to anything in the surrounding area. And with that, we're here to answer any questions. Jane Caldera, our transportation engineer, is here, and our whole development team is here if you have any questions.
I don't at this time, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening, Camille Proctor, Development Services. As the applicant stated, they are requesting a major modification to Plan Development IPD 90-0029 to develop a 2.58 acre portion of Parcel A, referred to as Proposed Parcel D, for a 77-unit, 100% affordable multifamily development through funds awarded by the Hillsborough County HOPE program in conjunction with an affordable housing density bonus. The site is located within the Brandon Community Planning Area and is located at the southwest corner of Gornto Lake Road and Town Center Boulevard, just east of the Brandon Mall. There is existing multifamily development to the south and southeast across Town Center Boulevard, vacant land to the north, and vacant land and multifamily development to the east across Gornto Lake Road. The request will include a reduction in commercial entitlements from Parcel A to allow the project. The parcel would be entitled to 15,971 square feet of commercial development. Currently, the Parcel A to the north of the site is used for drainage retention. As the applicant stated, they are requesting a waiver from the 2-to-1 height regulation of LDC Section 60101 and waivers from the Land Development Code 605 for parking loading and 606 for landscaping buffering. But the applicant's requests and justifications for variations are found to meet the applicable criteria of the LDC. Based on the stated considerations, staff finds the proposed modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties in keeping with the general development pattern and finds the request approvable with conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Carly Yanos with Planning Commission staff. The site is located within the urban service area and within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The property is located within the urban mixed-use 20 future land use category, which can be considered for up to 20 dwelling units per the acre or 1.0 floor area ratio. Now, the UMU 20 future land use category shall be urban in intensity and density of uses. Typical uses include residential, regional scale, commercial uses, such as a mall, office, business park uses, research, corporate park uses, light industrial, etc. Now, UMU 20 surrounds the subject site directly to the northeast and southwest of the site is the residential mixed-use 35. Further west and southwest is public, quasi-public. Further northeast and southeast is the residential 12, and further east is a community mixed-use 12, residential 20, and office commercial 20. There's quite a bit of future land use categories in that area. Now, the subject site it is currently zoned as Interstate Plan 2. Now, of course, the applicant is asking to modify that and to allow for 77 affordable housing units. Planning Commission staff did review it per policy 1.3.1 of the housing section of the affordable housing density bonus as well. We looked at to make sure that, some of the criteria per that bonus density was being met. The applicant submitted a narrative how that project will meet the criteria, and the applicant states that the site will be served by the Hillsborough County Water and Sewer. So overall, we're looking at making sure that minimum density is being fulfilled. It is within the urban service area, and it's meeting those policies 1.2 as well as the housing section. Now, the applicant will agree to memorialize the bonus in the development order as well, which is part of the criteria for getting the affordable housing density bonus, as well as they will have a deed restriction and a land use restriction agreement or other mechanism as determined by the county attorney's office, thus meeting criteria A, B, C, and D of the affordable housing density bonus. The applicant also stated a mix of market rate affordable units are not being requested, nor will they be transferred onto a different site, so therefore the units will be affordable and meet criteria F, G, and H. So overall, the 2.5 acre property will provide all units at or below 80% of the average medium income per criterion I. Now, Planning Commission staff did review and make sure it didn't exceed any issues with objective A, which is the future land use categories outline the maximum level of intensity or density. Again, because this is applying for affordable housing density bonus, it does qualify for consideration even up to 35 dwelling units per the gross acre. Now, Planning Commission staff did receive comments from the Affordable Housing Department. They are technically the technical experts and that guide staff in determining that proposed development meets the criteria for affordable housing. So we did have the memo stating the project is eligible for that bonus, and Planning Commission staff feels like this request is consistent with all the policies in the housing section, as well as neighborhood protection policies 16.1 through 16.10. And we did look also at goals 4 and 6 of the Brandon Community Plan within the urban center character district of planning area. We find that it is consistent with the overall goal and objective of the comprehensive plan. So with that said, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed major modification be found consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett, anything from you? All right. Then with that, we'll close major modification 23-0614 and go to the last case.
Our next case is item D7, PD 23-0784. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from ASC 1 to PD. Sam Ball with Development Services has reviewed this for Development Services and will present staff findings.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. Before we begin, our team does need to be sworn.
Okay. If there's anyone that plans to speak on this case, if you stand and raise your right hand so I could swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Again, good evening. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. For the record, with us here this evening is my colleague Alex Shaler, who's going to run through a abridged presentation in light of the hour, along with Stan Bonilla with the developer Safeguard Self-Storage. And finally, our GC is here with Mike Adams and Rachel Layton in attendance. With that, I'm going to turn things over to Alex.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. As Tyler mentioned, I will try to keep this pretty brief. This site is located at the northeast corner of Valor Avenue and Walker Road, just east of that intersection. In terms of relative proximity here, we have two single-family homes, one to the east, one to the west. Then as you move further north to the back of the site, there's a county-owned piece of land just adjacent there on the east, and then there's a state-owned piece of land adjacent on the west. This site consists of 4 parcels, and it's just under 5 acres. So we are proposing a mini warehousing facility here. There's 2 main buildings that are located up along Fowler Avenue. Those will both be 2-story climate-controlled facilities. And then as you move further north, closer to that neighboring residential development to the north, we step down in both height and density with 4 ancillary buildings there in the back. Total building area is about 85,000 square feet. The maximum building height for the 2-story buildings along Fowler, which is an arterial roadway, is 20 feet. And then these buildings located to the north of the site, those will step down. Those will be 12 feet, 8 inches. The stormwater pond is located to the north of the site. That was done intentionally. We're using that as an additional buffering tool for compatibility. And then there's a single access point off of Fowler Avenue for access. This is a rendering of the proposed self-storage facility, and while this is a very pretty picture, we have actually articulated some of these architectural requirements into conditions of approval. Those were included with our initial submittal. There's separate conditions that apply to the 2-story climate-controlled buildings, and then we have a second set that apply to the buildings to the north. And then on top of these architectural commitments that we're making, we're also committing to some different site layout commitments as well in the form of conditions. The first of that being, as mentioned, the stormwater pond will stay there. That position is locked in place to the north. We are using that as additional buffering. We are providing enhanced type B buffers across the site as well. So while the code requires 20-foot on center tree plantings, we're providing 15. And we're also providing increased setbacks here adjacent to these single-family homes. I've shown here, the homes are marked with the green stars, and I have these little light yellow boxes here showing where we're actually bumping the buildings in internally towards the center of the site to provide an additional setback there. So as you can see, we've got a 40-foot setback to the east, a 30-foot setback to the west. And then again, we are committing to that 20-foot maximum building height for those buildings there. Development Services found this application approvable, and then we received consistency findings from both Transportation and the Planning Commission. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I don't have any of this.
Okay.
Excuse me, I don't have any at this time.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Hillsbury County Development Services. The applicant is rezoning from ASC1 to planned development on 4.81 acres along the north side of East Fowler Avenue, approximately 0.35 miles west of North US 301 to accommodate the development of a mini warehouse facility consisting of 6 buildings with up to 84,914 square feet. The property is currently undeveloped. Existing uses in the general area consist of a mix of single-family, recreational, mini warehousing, open storage, retail, an indoor gun range, multifamily development that was completed in 2022 of 292 apartments, and a 16.79 acre RV park. The properties to the north are zoned RSC 9, single-family residential and vacant residential land. The properties to the south of East Fowler are developed for personal vehicle storage and an RV park that's limited to 205 RV spaces. The properties to the east are zoned ASC1 and are developed for a county-owned recreational facility and a single-family residential use. The properties to the west are zoned CN and RSC2 mobile home. The CN property is developed for single-family use, and the RSC2 mobile home property is owned by the state and is used for stormwater. If PD 230784 is approved, development would be limited to 84,914 square feet of mini warehousing, which would result in an FAR of 0.41 and a maximum building coverage of 70%. Buildings C, D, E, and F would be limited to 12 feet 8 inches tall. The two larger buildings towards the front of the property, shown as buildings A and B, will be limited to a height of 20 feet and we're required to include building articulations, parapets, and canopies. Because the property, because the north half of the western boundary abuts the state Department of Transportation property that's developed for a stormwater facility, the use is classified as a Class 5 intensity group instead of a Class 1 for vacant RSC property. The proposed 10-foot type A buffer along the north half that is proposed by the applicant exceeds the minimum buffer screening requirements that would be required by the LDC. Staff finds that the building and site plan design components that include the building design features, the degree of building separation from the north property boundary, the buffering upgrades along with the 20-foot height limit justify the proposed setbacks and sufficiently mitigate the potential impacts to the neighboring residential properties. Based on these considerations, staff finds the proposed plan development compatible with the existing uses, zoning districts, and development pattern in the area and recommends approval subject to conditions.
Just a small, looks like a typo. I was looking through, I received a revised staff report, and I was looking through to see what the changes are. And it looks like on condition number 9, you changed the building coverage to floor area ratio.
I had, for some reason I put down building coverage instead of floor area ratio.
And the small minor typo is there's an extra word in there. Instead of floor area ratio, it's floor to area ratio. So just an extra 2 in there unless there's some.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's yeah, the 2 shouldn't be in there. I mean, it means the same thing, but it's just the same thing.
No problem, I understand. All right, thank you so much.
Hey, thank you.
Appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Carlianos with Planning Commission staff. The property is located within the urban service area and within the limits of the Thronotosassa Community Plan. The property is designated with suburban mixed-use future land use category, which can be considered for a maximum density of 6 dwelling units per the gross acre or a floor area ratio of 0.250. However, historically, we've allowed light industrial uses may achieve 0.50. Typically, mini storage is not traditionally considered an industrial use. However, because we're trying to, I guess, introduce like the mixture of or appropriate mixture of uses within the SMU 6 future land use category, historically, we've allowed for mini storage to be considered under the 0.50 floor area ratio as long as they provide building and site enhancements. Now, the SMU 6 future land use category is intended for urban and suburban in their intensity and density, and they typically include uses such as residential, suburban scale neighborhood, commercial, office uses, and research corporate parks. SMU 6 does surround the subject site on all sides. Further north are residential 1 and natural preservation future land use categories. Further south are residential 4 and residential 12 future land use categories. Now, we reviewed it for consistency with Objective 1 and Policy 1.4, which refers to compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood uses. And compatibility is defined in terms of characteristics of different uses or activities which allow them to be located adjacent to each other in harmony. Now, we looked at height, scale, and mass and bulk of the proposed structures. Now, according to the revised site plan on September 27, 2023, the site plan does include a 30-foot building setback on the southwest corner of Building B and a 40-foot building setback on the southeast corner of Building A. In addition, there's landscape buffers on the eastern and western boundaries of the site, which will provide adequate screening in between existing single-family uses to the east as well. Now, the applicant, again, is requesting to be considered for a maximum floor area ratio of 0.50, which is equivalent to 104,761 square feet. Now, in order to achieve this, they have to provide us with enhanced site and design standards. So per conditions of approval, these standards include cosmetic designs on the front-facing facades facing the interior drive of the site. Facades will include vertical step-in outer wall via raised parapet, as development services staff had stated and as well as the applicant has stated. Now, the prominent corner with the raised parapets on the facade will be further articulated by storefronts in complementary in color, canopy for office, et cetera, et cetera. So there's quite a bit of architectural, aesthetically pleasing facade treatments that they're placing. So with that said, Planning Commission staff finds that request supportable, and it does meet the adequate site and building enhancement that we have historically looked at when interpreting mini storage in the SMU 6 at 0.50 floor area ratio. Now, the subject site meets commercial locational criteria as established by FLU Objective 22. At least 75% of it sits on the front-facing boundary of the 900 linear distance from the nearest qualifying section of Williams Road and East Fowler Road. As established by CLC, the maximum square feet in that quadrant is 150,000 square feet. So therefore, it is consistent with the policy direction of the commercial locational criteria. And lastly, we did look at the limits of the Thono-Tosassa Community Plan. Goal 1, it seeks to empower business owners in providing ongoing management of the Thono-Tosassa future growth and development towards, adding value towards enhancing the quality of life. We found it consistent with the policies of the Thono-Tosassa Community Plan. So therefore, Planning Commission staff is finding this proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition? No one. All right, Ms. Heinrich?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Hudson, anything else? All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0784 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time and testimony.